we are here to play some more Pokemon Crystal. And frankly, I don't even know what I'm going to get up to this stream. I have rough ideas. Obviously, I have, general goals that I'm going for during this playthrough, but I frankly don't know where those goals are going to take me this time around. Pretty much all the other streams, I had a basic idea of where I was headed, but at this point, we're kind of running out of places to head. Last time, we pretty much explored the entire remainder of Kanto, with the exception of Diglett's Cave, which we'll be doing today. But that's not going to take up an entire stream. We're not going to spend an entire stream run time exploring Diglett's Cave, unless, Diglett's Cave is the size of an entire Pokemon region, which I suspect it's not. So, yeah, we are going to be getting right into it. Let me get my browser tabs up. And we will rock it. Let me see here. Yeah, okay. Alright. Yeah, so Diglett's Cave, we're probably going to be fighting more gym leaders today. We have 3 out of the 5 Kanto gym, or 3 out of the 8 Kanto gym badges, which means we have 5 left. I reckon there's a good chance we'll at least be fighting Lieutenant Surge today. I may be doing just some level grinding as well. I also don't know if I've done everything that I need to do in order to enter Mount Silver. I don't know if Mount Silver is a place that requires 16 badges. I'll probably be checking that at some point this stream, but not right away. And perhaps if we approach level 50, I may go ahead and try out the Battle Tower again. Where I don't expect to be particularly successful, but maybe something will come out of it. I guess we'll see. Hello, pals. I am JoeDan54, and we are continuing Pokemon Crystal today. Let us get right into it. Alright. We hop right in. I was gonna say, are we gonna get a call? Tweet! Yeah, it's me, Jose. Want to battle again. For some reason, my Farfetch'd is all worked up and raring to go. Route 27's where I'm at. Keep an eye out for me, okay? Be seeing you. Okay, interesting. So the reason that I have him on my call list, if I recall correctly, is that he has a chance of giving out star pieces. Yeah. And, that doesn't sound like he's giving away a star piece. That sounds like he wants to battle. So, I don't know. Let me see here. Maybe he gives you one after you fight him? I don't know. I suppose that's something that we can check as well. But before we do that, let's set up the Smackro. Almost forgot to mute the game audio. In fact, let me make sure it's not bleeding through. Game audio. Yeah, okay, we're good. Alright. Let's get into it. So here's our current team. I suppose we can start things off by flying over to Saffron and... Actually, you know what? Victory Road is smaller than I thought it would be. I actually think it would be easier to visit Jose by just going through there. Nice. Immediately a menu input gets eaten. That's the Pokemon Game Boy experience in a nutshell. Yeah, this is the most underwhelming Victory Road I've seen, except maybe for Sun and Moon. And even then, honestly, Sun and Moon's Victory Road is better than this one. Like, Sun and Moon's Victory Road is just an elevator, and it's better than the Victory Road in this game. At least Sun and Moon's Victory Road, there's a rival fight. In fact, I think there's 2 rival fights. In this game, it's one rival fight, and that's it, and just a completely empty cave. So he said he'd be on Route 27, which I believe is west of here. Oh, God. Oh my god, that just hit me like a ton of bricks. We need Whirlpool to access him. I might still have enough steps on my rappel to get through Victory Road a second time. Never mind. Okay. We need one more. Yeah, so it's not currently accessible. I would imagine it probably becomes accessible after you have 16 badges. Tweet, tweet. This guy would not be thrilled about the existence of a Pokemon game called X. Is that all you got? Tweet. Star Piece? Okay. Okay, so I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but apparently when your mom buys something with your money in this game, the amount of money that she actually has saved for you doesn't actually change. She doesn't actually buy it with your money. I don't know if that's actually true. But, it would be nice if it was. Okay, so... Nice, okay, I'm still in Kanto. In that case, I do dare believe Gyarados has fulfilled its purpose in my party now. Yes, okay. Let's bring Area DDoS back in, because based on what I'm seeing, I don't think we'll need any HMs to go through Diglett's cave, unless it's dark in there. I hope it's not dark in there. I was gonna say, I think I still have to repel active. Okay. Well, not the one I just beat. All I had was a far-fetched. Bunch of Diglett popped out of the ground. That was shocking. So there's one item in here, and it is a hidden one. And that is not a very high-level Diglett. I think if I recall correctly, the way that it was in Yellow, perhaps it's the same way that it is in other games. Let's see. Kind of? The idea is that the Diglett are a low-level range, and the Doug Trio are a considerably higher level range. On average, that's true in this game, but it's not guaranteed like it was in Yellow. So yeah, I don't know if there's anything in this cave. But we're gonna explore it nonetheless. 4. Interesting. I should what time is it in game right now? 6:19 p.m. Okay, so it's nighttime. That is actually the lowest possible level Diglett can show up in here. At nighttime. And there's a Doug Trio, which at nighttime I think is guaranteed to be level 32. Yeah, there you go. Still not gonna fight though. Fortunately, don't have to. Oh, there you go. There's the hidden item. Max Revive. I would say that on its own is worth it. Yeah, I was gonna say, fortunately, since this is Gen 2, you don't have to worry about Arena Trap, although with me leading Skarmory, I wouldn't have to worry about Arena Trap anyway. Wonder what the inspiration was behind Arena Trap as a concept. Arena refers to a place of combat and also means sand in Latin and Spanish. Really? I'm surprised I didn't know that. That would explain why it's usually ground types that get it. Yeah, it's just Diglett, Doug Trio, and Trapinch. And in Pokemon Uranium, Grozerd and its evolution Terrlord also get Arena Trap, which is the cause of my 2 deaths in my blind Nuzlocke of Pokemon Uranium thus far. Was, there's a static encounter with a Terrlord in one of the caves that I ran through, I think, after the first badge. And it cost me my Grozerd, and also my starter, due to an absolutely horrific blunder in the moment, where I was just not thinking straight at all. It was horrendous. My excuse for that is, there wasn't really, you know, there wasn't a Nuzlocking scene back then, okay? There was no... P-Chow was making content back then. He was not popular. This was 2018, okay? Nuzlocking was nowhere near as popular as it is now. Anyway, so that's Diglett's Cave. As I said, pretty quick bout of exploration there. I had a sneaking suspicion that there was potentially going to be a cutscene inside of Diglett's Cave, where you, like, talk... For some reason, I thought I was going to go in there and there was going to be a cutscene with Lieutenant Surge, where you see him in there, he says hi, and then he goes back to the gym, and then you can fight him, or something. I guess something similar to the cutscene that you see with Rourke, in the cave right before Orberg City, where you see him, like, smash a rock, and then he's like, you want to do that too? Go fight me in the gym. Obviously, Lieutenant Surge wouldn't do something like that, because by this point you have all the HMs, but I figured it would be something like, oh, like, he would explain why he's in Diglett's Cave, and then he'd be like, oh, you can challenge me, I'll go back to the gym. That was my main motivator for going to Diglett's Cave right away. That, and also, barring Mount Silver, we've now explored every single location in Kanto. So, at this point, there aren't a huge amount of things left to do in this game. Basically, what's left, at least in terms of what I currently have set as goals, is I want to... Obviously, I want to get all 16 badges. Famously, there is a super boss in this game. I believe... Well, he's the first super boss that you don't have to glitch the game to fight. Because there is Professor Oak in the original Gen 1 games, but you have to do the long-range trainer glitch to access the fight, because it's unused data. And I would classify him as a super boss, because the levels in his team are, on average, higher than the champion, and the level of his ace is higher than the champion's ace. Even though he only has 5 Pokemon, I would consider that a super boss. This is the first super boss that you can actually fight in the game that's meant to be fought in the game. It's Red. He's on the top of Mount Silver. And his team is notoriously very, very high level. So my plan is that that's gonna be how we finish off Crystal on the Backlog. The finale of Crystal on the Backlog will be fighting Red on the top of Mount Silver. That'll be the final thing that we do. Other goals. Like I said, I want to get a 7-win streak at the Battle Tower. Just one. I just want to get one 7-win streak. I'll be satisfied with that. Hopefully that's not too unrealistic. Like I said, the Battle Tower is filled with demons, so it's not going to be easy to even do that. But when you lower the win streak requirement to 7, I feel like you might be able to fraud your way through some wins. So, we'll see how that goes. Like I said, Rest Talk Snorlax is going to be a big part of that plan. And, of course, you know, I'm planning on getting, obviously, the rest of the gym badges. And then another section of the plan, obviously, there's completing the whole Pokédex. I'm going to be doing that. And I'm going to try and do some creative ways to do certain things, much like how I did in Pokemon Yellow. And the other thing I want to do is something that I wish I had more time to actually look into. By this point, I've just been really, really busy. I've had a lot on my plate lately, so... basically, I was doing this in Gen 1 as well. It was just a little more informal, because there's not really a distinction for it in Gen 1, but in Gen 2 there is. This is the first gen where there is. I want to get every key item in the game. Gen 1, there was no distinction between regular items and key items, because they all went in the same pocket, and you could fucking put key items in your PC. There were multiple times where I actually put my bicycle in my PC because of how limited the storage was. But yeah, so let's see here. So the key items that we already have, just looking at these, we already got the basement key. That's a story key item. That was part of the Team Rocket story. We're currently on the bicycle, so we got that one. The card key... well... I could just look. I should have the card key in here. There you go. Coin case we should have. Yep. We should have all 3 fishing rods. Yes, sir. Item finder we definitely have. We've been using that. Honestly, more than I thought I would. At this point, we've gotten every item, every overworld item, including hidden ones, that we can in the game right now. I think the only area left that could have hidden items is probably Mount Silver. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Lost item, that's the one that you bring back to Copycat. Again, some of these key items are ones that you have for a temporary amount of time before getting something else. You get the pass after getting the lost item, so we have that. There's the machine part. That was to restore the Kanto power plant, so we already dealt with that. There's the mystery egg, which I believe is basically like the odd egg. Yeah, okay. So we got that one. Let's see here. One of them we don't have yet because we need to catch, we already caught Suicune, but we still need to catch Entei and Raikou in order to get it. That's the Rainbow Wing. So we still need to get the Rainbow Wing. Red Scale we already got. We don't have that anymore because we traded it in exchange for the EXP share. Secret Potion, we give that to Jasmine to heal Amphi. Silver Wing. Yes, we have that. Squirt Bottle. Got that. SS Ticket. Got that. And then there's a few more. There's the blue card. There it is. Clear Bell. Should have that. Because that's how you actually encounter Suicune. Egg Ticket. That is an event key item, I believe. Yeah, okay. I guess technically we might be able to get that using Ace. There wouldn't really be any point to it, though. And then the GS Ball, we did end up getting, and we placed that in the Ilex Forest to summon Celebi. So the only key item outside of event key items, which I'm not really going to be counting unless we have the time and feel like it would be funny enough to actually go for it. Otherwise, the only key item that we don't have right now is one that we're going to be getting as part of the Pokédex completion process, and that is the key item after catching the remaining legendary beasts, because this key item is required in order to encounter Ho-Oh. So, yeah, that's good to confirm there. So yes, that is another plan of mine, is I wanted to obtain all the key items in the game, and it seems like we are on track to cruise to that goal, basically. So that's good. And that's pretty much it. Those are the mangoes of this playthrough, is get all the key items, do all story-related fights, so, you know, getting all the 16 badges and stuff like that. Complete the Pokédex, including Mythicals, which we can do, courtesy of the Virtual Console Celebi and the Ace-generated Mew from Yellow that I'll be transferring over. I've got a few of those. So yeah, so all the story stuff, all the key items, complete the Pokédex, 7-win streak at the Battle Tower, defeat Red on the top of Mount Silver. Those are the goals. So in terms of what's left, one of the main things that we can go after right now are the remaining gym badges. The reason that I'm a little hesitant to go after them immediately is just because I guess I'm just a little bit of a stickler with the levels that I want to fight them at. That said, there's nothing stopping me from fighting Lieutenant Surge right now. The only thing that's a little annoying about fighting Lieutenant Surge is that it looks like you need Cut in order to enter his gym, unless I can surf to bypass the tree. I didn't even think of that. Hold on. Hold on a second. Haha! Fuck your cut tree. Let's go. The Lightning American. Let's go in. Oh god, it's still the maze of trash cans. You lucked out this time. Lieutenant Surge is very cautious. The traps aren't active. Oh, sick. Okay. Alright, so his ace is level 46, so we can battle him right now. But first, let's battle his gym trainers. Of which there are 3. This is not the gym that we want to open with CAPTCHA for. Oh, well, that's not the move I was expecting it to use. Well, it's locked into that now. I'm gonna show him that my rollout's better. I'm faster because I have a 13 level advantage. Nice crit! While one about to pull out another generational rollout sweep? Let's see. Rollout sweep the sequel? It could happen right here, right now. All of his Electrode are level 33. If I don't miss, this is gonna be another sweep, because I'm pretty sure this one's a one-shot. Okay, let's see if we can hit 2 more. Come on, Wild One. Show him what you're made of. Okay, one more? Come on. Come on! Hit this shit! You're the fucking goat. You're the fucking goat! Wild One! Infinite loop! Infinite rollout loop! Living up to her name! Could have called her the janitor the way she sweeps. Alright, guitarist Vincent. Get ready to meet Edmund Carp. That should be a level up. Yes, sir. That's the level 33 Volt Orb. I think Wile 1 can handle this one. No rollouts this time. Sonic Boom! Beautiful crit. Although I would have liked if that crit happened on one of the next 2 turns. Because he's got 2 Magnemite left. It's okay. Oh, we almost one-shot. Hit the range? Damn. It's okay, you can power through this. Sonic Boom! Oh, did I snap out there? I wasn't even looking. Yeah, okay. Spent a turn hurting herself so that she could snap out immediately. That's the genius play right there. No one's ready for that kind of technology. Alright, last guy before Surge. Actually, you know what? I'm staying in. Nice. Alright, well this one might not kill, even though it's 4 levels lower. Flaffy's a little bulkier. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Thundershock! Wow, wow, wow. Well, I could have used the crit the previous turns, okay. Alright. Well, I don't even feel the need to... Actually, you know what? Yeah, sure. We'll go back to the Pokemon Center. I'm sure I could easily win without doing it, but I don't feel like there's a reason not to. This ain't Kaizo Ironmon. If it was, I already would have failed because I didn't talk to my mom before leaving the town. As it turns out, I think we actually will be able to use CAPTCHA a fair bit on this upcoming fight for reasons that you'll see. In fact, I think he's the one best suited for 2 out of Lieutenant Surge's 5 Pokémon. I will not, however, have him open the fight. The question is, who should I have open the fight? Not sure. Edmund Carp could potentially be good. While 1 could also be good. I think we'll open with While 1. Most of these guys are special attackers, which is why I wouldn't be opening with Binary Tree for a Reflect play. Even though Binary Tree is an electric resist. Not needed. Alright. Gym Leader number 4 of Kanto. Let's do this. Hey, you little tyke. I have to hand it to you. It may not be very smart to challenge me, but it takes guts. Attack you just like I did my enemies in war. They banned chemical warfare. They didn't necessarily ban electrical warfare. At least, not until he got on the scene and killed 50 men. Alright, Raichu, Thunderbolt, Thunder, Thunder Wave, and Quick Attack. Falls to a single strength. That's why we open with While 1 to go. We're gonna switch. This is still gonna be a level up for While 1, though. Alright, the Electrode comes out. He has 2 Electrode. They have the exact same moveset. And they're both level 40. Both Electrodes are level 40, and both of them have Screech, Double Team, Swift, and Explosion. Notice how there are no Electric-type moves. Notice how Explosion is one of the moves. Capture, this one's all you. This is how we end up using a Steel Flying type against the Electric-type Gym Leader. Because not only is Capture our best bet at tanking an Explosion, he's got Swift to deal with the Double Team. Ah! Well, that's gonna make Explosion a little harder to deal with. So, Capture, it's in your best interest to hit a range here. That's -4 defense. Crit? Oh boy. I'm fucked. Oh no! -4 defense? We're not living that. Oh, yes we are, okay. Okay, I was gonna say, Electro doesn't have the highest physical attack, so it might still be possible. We were dead to Explosion crit, of course. But who's counting? Okay, Magneton comes in. Area DDoS, this one's for you. This is Zap Cannon, Lock On, Double Team, and Swift. Would love to see a Quick Claw here, assuming it's necessary. There's the Zap Cannon, it misses, very nice. Dig on him. That might be Quick Claw. Let's see. Oh, Double Team, oh boy. Okay, yeah, it was Quick Claw. We actually got a Quick Claw there. That would have been huge if he had attacked turn 1. Well, or I should say on the turn that I went underground. He went for Double Team instead, so I kind of got owned, but at the same time it didn't really matter. Who's coming in now? Electabuzz, Thunder Punch, Thunder, Light Screen, and Quick Attack. Thunder Punch is, of course, a bit of a meme move to give to an electric type before the physical special split, because you would just rather have Thunderbolt. And him setting up a Light Screen does not matter to me at all, seeing as I'm using the physical dig. And hopefully one-shotting. Oh, Area DDoS, please! It's okay, a Sludge Bomb should kill here. Oh god, I forgot he had a Hyper Potion. This is his ace, so he's programmed to use it here. That's fine. We just Sludge Bomb here. This might do more, honestly, because it's Stab with higher power, because Dig got super nerfed this gen. Oh my god! And the poison?! You know what that means, right? By literal process of elimination, because we're eliminating his fucking team members, the only Mon he's got left is the other Electrode. Let's switch back over to Captcha and watch him die of poison. The saddle spotted with sweat and... Oh, no. Might have played my hand a little bit there. Oops. That's okay. He didn't take poison damage because he got a kill. Oh, no. That's fine. As long as I don't get paralyzed here. Okay. Poison? Go underground? Oh. Oh, the turn just died. Okay. Well, I guess we'll see if he blows up again. Oh, shit. Okay. Also, I quick clawed again there. Let's see if this is enough. Bro. Area DDoS. You know what? I don't know if I should blame Area DDoS, or if I should blame the fact that Dig got Omega nerfed in this game. Like I said, I'm pretty sure it's 60 power in Gen 2. Yeah. 100 power in Gen 1. 60 power in Gen 2. Also 60 power in Gen 3. 80 power afterwards. Sludge Bomb. Pray it hits. Through the double team. There you go. Okay. It's funny that Area DDoS's sprite turns purple. I could have used that for the previous turn. Area DDoS's sprite turns purple when it uses Sludge Bomb. You are strong. Okay, kid. You get Thunder Badge. Well, that was a little sloppy. But a badge is a badge. This ain't a Nuzlocke. I offer you in sacrifice. Oh, hey, Zopi. Shiny Sandile? Sick. While one leveled up, Captcha did not. That's okay. So that is 4 Kanto Gym Leaders down, 4 to go. I do believe we can probably go after Erica next. May you see the team, my team? Right here. We can do a whole roll call for you if you want. That's not the roll call. There we go. We got Captcha the Skarmory. We got Wild One, the Goat, Miltank. We got Edmund Carp, the Lantern. We got Binary Tree, the Meganium. We got Watchdog T, the Houndoom. And we got Area DDoS, the Ariados. Now let's fly. Okay, time to fly. I'm trying to remember if I also need cut in order to access this gym. I don't think I do. Did I already fight the gym trainers here, by the way? Well, I say also need cut as if I used cut on the previous one. Thoughts on Ariados winning a 400+ people VGC tournament in Watchog? Well, here's the thing. It wasn't just a 400+ person VGC tournament. It was a 400,000+ VGC tournament. It was the group challenge. Had over 400,000 people that entered. And yes, Ariados did indeed see itself on the winning team. So this one, it does look like I have no way around the fact that I need cut there to enter this one. That's okay. We'll have Edmund Karp sit this one out. He doesn't have the best type matchup here. Nor does he have the moves to overcome it. I haven't seen any of the battles themselves of, like, what Ariados was doing. Watchog having the highest win ratio. That is very interesting to me. Do you mean, like... I guess, like, essentially... the equivalent of, like, a war stat in baseball, wins above replacement, where, like, a Pokemon beat any arbitrarily chosen Pokemon on a specific team, having the highest percentage of being on a winning team. Yeah, win percentage, yeah. That probably is just a phenomenon of, like, the people that used Watchog knew how to use it. When you compare that to something like, say, I guess, Incineroar or Sneasler, where you're going to have a lot of noobs using those Pokemon as well, because those are the ones that everybody knows are good. Chances are you're not going after Watchog unless you have a plan for Watchog. And there's a good chance that there are some people who are just throwing Sneasler and Incineroar on their team without a plan. That's my theory. That's my theory when you have a 400,000 person group challenge, is that there are gonna be some people contributing to it that way, statistically. Alright, HM Compiler. Little did they know Choppleberry Watchog. That checks out. With the limited amount of held items in the game, that checks out. It's me, Alan. Are you raising your Pokemon properly? I read in a book that you should raise any Pokemon you catch with love and care. By the way, a wild Hoot-Hoot escaped on me yesterday. A computational error on my part. See you later. Alright, buddy. You're supposed to call me when you have an evolutionary stone, not when you fail to catch a Hoot-Hoot. I do wonder what moves Watchog was running. Because, like, with Ariados, like, I haven't seen the video itself, but I'm pretty sure he was running Ariados as, like, a legit Rage Powder guy. Like, a Rage Powder support guy. Which I could definitely see working, because people don't realize this, but Bug Poison is actually a pretty decent defensive typing. You quad resist fighting, you quad resist grass, you resist fairy. Like, it's better than what people probably give it credit for, just off the fact of it being bug, you know? It's not the greatest typing in the game, but it's decent defensively. Nature-loving princess. Crunch, Hypnosis, Low Kick, and Ice Punch. Interesting. Low Kick is interesting. With oh, it gets Analytic. Okay. I've only ever thought about Analytic being on special attackers. I didn't even know any physical attackers got Analytic. But yeah, I guess that makes sense. I mean, it's not like Watchog has any other good abilities, right? But yeah, I guess it having hypnosis is the one. Because what would probably happen is a lot of teams that are fighting the Watchdog team are like, okay, the other guy looks like it's more threatening. I'm gonna double target that. And then that slot hits Protect, and then Watchdog rips a Hypnosis, and then all of a sudden their team has a huge advantage. The power of mind games should not be underestimated. The Sableye was in that team, had the move Quash. Quash is in Champions? That's fucking sick. Yeah. It basically guarantees that it gets the analytic boost. That's interesting. Quash is such a niche move. One of the only reasons I even know of its existence is because it's a TM in, I think, multiple generations. And I, as a completionist, get every TM in the games where TMs are infinitely reusable. So I happen to have to get the TM for Quash. But yeah, how about that? You know what? That makes me want the move Snatch back. I want to see Snatch back in the game. I really miss Snatch. Snatch is so cool. But it hasn't been in the game since before Gen 8. I personally think Snatch would actually be kind of awesome in, you know, metagames that are so dominated by Tailwind. Having Snatch to threaten Tailwind would be so hype. Okay, so Erica's ace in this game is level 46. Which means we are A-okay to fight her. So let's go in. It looks like I've already fought the gym trainers here? Yes, okay. So, Erica gym fight. Let's do this. You know what powder does, right? You'll have to be more specific. Are you referring to rage powder? Sleep powder? Poison powder? Silver powder? Powder in general. No. Vivian signature. Oh, wait. I think I do know what you're referring to. That's yeah. That's the one where like it makes you, I think, like what, more susceptible to fire type moves or something. I'm trying to remember what it is. Oh, if it uses a fire move, it takes damage. That's what it is. I knew it was something fire-related. Yeah. Gen 8 was such like a fucking franchise-ruining generation, man. It wasn't necessarily like completely irredeemably bad or anything like that. It was more just they made so many decisions that had cataclysmic consequences for the franchise in Gen 8. And the franchise just has not been the same since. And it doesn't look like they're going back. So, unfortunate. Anyway, lovely weather, isn't it? It's so pleasant. You know, Erica, the last time you said that to me, it was in the middle of the summer during a heat wave where every single day on the horizon was in the high 80s for me. Now, it's a lot better. It's a lot better. It's the beginning of May. The extreme heat hasn't settled in. So, yes, the weather is, in fact, actually quite lovely. It's a little rainy out right now, but that's okay. I'm afraid I may doze off. She does have a bit of a habit of doing that. I almost called it her Bond story. I play so much Nikke. Her sync pair story in Pokemon Masters, specifically the one for her Signa suit, where she has Leafy on. Really cute outfit, by the way. Signa suit Erica. You approach her for the first time, and she's actually taking a nap underneath a tree with, like, Leafeon curled up next to her. It's really cute. You don't actually see it happen, because when would Pokemon Masters ever actually, you know, do anything creative with their 3D models? But it is described, and her outfit is cute. And way back, probably like 2 years ago now, I actually got an art piece commissioned of that scene. I'm curious if I can find it. When the hell did I get this? I don't remember, man. I could probably check in my Twitter DMs. Unless Twitter is gonna fucking do the thing where... I have to, like, verify my account multiple times just to view my message history. It's also not even giving me a link to see my messages, so I just have to type it in the fucking address bar. Okay. Jesus Christ, man. Okay. This was... okay. It looks like it was June 2024. Yeah, okay, there it is. Can I just drag this on screen? Let's see. Yes, I can. It's very high res, so we're gonna need to shrink it. A lot. There it is. This is the piece that I got commissioned. Artist name is Exceed Zatu on Twitter, if you like their art. Which, I hope you do. They're a very good artist. And I was very happy to get this piece done. Yeah, Erica is one of my favorite characters from Gen 1. And I had a bit of inspiration when I saw that sync pair story. So, the inspiration for that idea hit me, and I figured I'd fund the idea. As I always say, it's always better to do that than to turn to the dark side and just try and do AI art nonsense. You know? You do the commission instead. You essentially get to customize and specify everything down to the last little detail. Which, being more specific, by the way, is something that artists like. Don't be afraid to be specific. Don't be afraid to be Bubble Bass, ordering a double triple Bossy Deluxe on a Raft 4x4 animal style, extra shingles with a shimmy and a squeeze, light axle grease, make it cry, burn it, and let it swim. Artists like to hear that. They don't want there to be uncertainty. So... yeah, you get the exact idea you want. The artist gets to create a nice piece and also get paid for doing it. Other people get to see it once it gets posted. Everybody wins! So, anyway. the way from Johto, you say. How nice. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that you wished to challenge me. Very well, but I shall not lose. Is this song available to people in Champions, by the way? Because I think so far I've only heard, like, trainer battle themes in the background of Champions in the footage that I've seen. I don't know if any other music is available. But honestly, if it's not, missed potential is an understatement. They should be... Champions should be an opportunity to celebrate franchise history in a number of ways, with all of the Pokemon that are available, with potential different metagames available. I think it would be cool if they had a separate ladder with like this meta, you know? Gen 2 and all that stuff. I think they should also add a lot more music, you know? Anyway, Captcha definitely gonna make up for his, and by his, I mean my, blunder during, during the Lieutenant Surge fight. Do you think Ilka is going to do that? I think if Game Freak lets them, they would. I don't exactly think that Ilka is, you know, the greatest company ever, but I think people are scapegoating them a little too much for what I honestly think Game Freak has a lot more to do with than people are doing. I think people are letting Game Freak off the hook a little too easily. I mean, this Tangela can do whatever it wants, you know? Go ahead and keep hitting me with Vine Whip. I didn't even mention this Tangela's moveset, by the way. Vine Whip, Bind, Giga Drain, Sleep Powder. Whatever it can do to me, I quad resist and recover entirely back with leftovers. So, we're doing just fine. There we go. Captcha's woke again. I believe my whole team is now level 47. Yes, including the one that's currently in the box. Victory Bell! This is Sunny Day, Synthesis, Acid, and Razor Leaf. Go ahead, you dumb motherfucker. Use Sunny Day! No balls. Get fucking shit on. Oh my god. Read like a book. I know how much the AI loves setting up weather conditions that aren't currently set up. They salivate at the thought of setting up weather conditions. Whenever that's available to them. Well, guess what? The benefits of it are available to me, too. Watchdog T, it's time for you to sweep. The Bell Awesome comes in. Sunny Day, Synthesis, Petal Dance, and Solar Beam. In a time before Chlorophyll... These grass types never stood a chance. Erica giving Sunny Day to these two Pokemon, thinking to herself, huh, this TM is for a fire-type move. That's really interesting. I wonder why, as she says, giving it to her two grass types that only benefit from it with recovering a little more health from synthesis and using one-turn solar beams. What can I say? You should have gotten Mega Meganium. You're remarkably strong. I shall give you Rainbow Badge. What if Chlorophyll was in Gen 2? If TMs were in Gen 2, that would be interesting. Also, that's the TM for Giga Drain, is it not? Yes. Very nice. I don't know who I would use that on. Because Area DDoS can learn it as well as Binary Tree. So it could be either of them. Closest thing to an ability we got in Gen 2 is Shuckle. What do you mean? Shuckle can turn berries into berry juice if left holding one for too long. Oh! Interesting. Wonder if that's what Willy Wonka uses. Alright, so... Next gym leader. We've done the first 4. We've done Brock, Misty, Lieutenant Surge, Erica. We've also done Janine. So, later on into a rare candy. Ooh, that's actually quite nice. I guess that's one way to potentially grind rare candies, is get a whole team of I guess, high-level Shuckles, and give them all berries, and then all of a sudden you got a whole bunch of rare candies. I guess that's something to keep in mind, if I were to ever, I guess, follow up on that Professor Oak Challenge Shiny Hunting Bot in Emerald. Oh, which, by the way, if I'm not mistaken, this weekend, the Professor Oak Challenge Shiny Hunting Bot stream is going to be fighting Tate and Liza. Because they got the final, they got the final shiny that they needed for Tate and Liza split. So they're fighting Tate and Liza this weekend, and then they're gonna be on to Juan split. And they'll be fighting all, or they'll be getting all the shinies that they can get after beating Tate and Liza, which mainly consists of Pokemon that they can now get with Dive, which I think also includes the Reggies? The rare candy thing is a rumor? I see. I got. So the 3 gym leaders left are Sabrina, Blaine, and Blue. So I guess we can do Sabrina next. Ah! We're getting called first. My guy, you did not give me a star piece last time you called. Instead, you wanted to battle me with your level 33 Farfetch'd. What's up this time, huh? Tweet, want to battle again? No, I don't! I want a star piece from you, goddammit! Oh my god. Yes, I'm sure it'll be different this time. I promise, it'll be a lot more interesting this time. For the record, I fought him at the beginning of this stream, and he's trying to go at it with me again. I believe this is actually the time of week where he would call a lot, but yeah, alright, Edmund Carp, come on back in. What are we looking at in terms of levels for the Saffron Gym Leader? Dunsparce spotted. Correct! I was going through, I think it's Dark Cave in the early game, and I happened across a Dunsparce as I was going through it, and then I looked and saw that Dunsparce is a 1% encounter, so I'm like, okay, I might as well catch it now. It's a 1% encounter, saves me a little bit of trouble. And, you know, me and Dunsparce have some history. You weren't around for it, but back in 2023, when I was completing Brilliant Diamond's Pokedex, you can only get Dunsparce as a swarm encounter in Brilliant Diamond, so you have to wait for it to be a swarm encounter in order to catch it, or if you live next to somebody else that has Brilliant Diamond or Shining Pearl as well, you could wait for them to get Dunsparce as a swarm encounter and then use record mixing. Unfortunately, there was a bit of a cataclysm of circumstances that happened. So basically, my Pokedex was pretty much completely done by the end of May in 2023, right? I pretty much just had Dunsparce left at that point, by the end of May. And so, I did tell you about the Dunsparce incident? Okay, yeah. How, like, I was at a friend's house when he finally had Dunsparce in his fucking Switch, and he lived an hour away, and so I could, and at that point, I didn't even know, I thought you could do record mixing through online. I didn't know it was local only. That made me so upset. But yeah, literally, I had the entire dex done except for Dunsparce by the end of May, and Dunsparce wasn't a swarm encounter for me until the beginning of September. Luckily for me, though, it didn't actually cost me any time, because I ended up finally getting my 100 win streak at the Battle Tower. Oh, right, there's 2 gyms in Saffron. Okay, what was I gonna say? Because, yeah, I got the 100 win streak of the Battle Tower the day after I finally got Dunsparce. You like your team in Crystal. Why is your Feraligatr named Rattata? I'm sure there's an incredible story behind that. Let's see. Top percentage of all Rattata. You made sure of that with its DVs? You know, I had Youngster Joey on my phone call list for almost my whole playthrough up until recently, when I redid my phone number list, and he never told me that his Rattata was top percentage. He just wasn't the guy in my playthrough, I guess. In any case, Sabrina I would say I am very much ready for. So let me stumble around in this warp panel maze until I get to her. There we go. That was easier than I thought it would be. Okay, she only has 3 Mons, by the way. Her ace is level 48. So I am definitely comfortable fighting her. And looking at this team here, who do we want to open with? I could potentially just do a Watchdog T-sweep, but I don't know how much I would want to do that. I feel like Captcha is actually a good choice for this, for reasons that you'll see once we start. Let's save. It's an Isekai. I could gather as much from the title being a plot synopsis, because that's usually how isekais are. I knew you were coming. 3 years ago I had a vision of your arrival. You're after my badge. I don't enjoy battling, but it's my duty as a leader to confer badges on anyone who has proven him or herself worthy. Since you wish it, I will show you my psychic powers. I think I saw something on Twitter recently about that line of dialogue of her being like, I don't enjoy battling, and then it's just like, why are you a gym leader, dumbass? That honestly is a thing with, like, gold and silver and our gold and soul silver. Is, like, the gym leaders just don't want to do their job. Anyway, so, this Espeon has Psychic, Swift, Quick Attack, and Sand Attack, which is why we're opening with Captcha, because we got Swift. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I hope that's a crit. Making me wish I already put Protect on this guy. Don't crit again. Okay. And no drop. Very nice. I think I'm dead to crit, so please don't crit. Thank you. Oh, let's go! I think that was a range. Let's fucking go, Captcha. Coming in now, Mr. Mime. Barrier, Reflect, Baton Pass, and Psychic. Thoughts on that name? I mean, it's a JoJo reference. So... let's see here. Who do we go to? Actually, now that I think about it... Wait, this idiot has Barrier and Reflect. With no way of increasing Spadef. This chick is a sitting duck for dark types. And as you'll see in a moment, it gets better. Yeah, put up your Reflect. Let's see if I care. Bite's a special move in this game. Alakazam is her ace, of course. Recover, Future Sight, Psychic, and... Oh, does she have the special defense boosting? No, it has Reflect! Feint Attack is basically Dark-type Swift. My answer to that is, I forgot I had Feint Attack on my team. I forgot I had Feint Attack on Watchdog T's set. Get flinched, idiot. That's a Hyper Potion, by the way. There it is. Critter. Make her take psychic damage. It's okay. We still outspeed. Which is crazy, because Alakazam is fast as fuck. That makes me want to look up both of their speed stats. Let me see here. Yeah, because Alakazam is base 120. And Houndoom is base 95. Damn. Okay. How the fuck was I faster? What? I mean, yeah, I have the badge boost, the speed badge boost. I guess that's probably why, huh? I would assume that's the main thing that was pushing me over the edge there, is the badge boost. I forgot about that. Badge boost is what, a 10% increase? Alright, good night, Zokui. Let's see here. In Gens 1 and 2, the stats are increased by 12.5%. Okay. In Gen 3, it's 10%. So, if we're just looking at purely at base stats here, 120 is the base speed of Alakazam, 95 is the base speed of Houndoom. That gets increased to 106.8. From what I know about Pokemon, rounding is pretty much always done down in Pokemon, so that would be 106. Which is still a fair bit lower than Alakazam. I'm kind of still shocked I outsped that Alakazam, because I had 1 level on me. Maybe my... Maybe my Houndoom just has really, really good speed DV, I guess? Because either that or I overestimated, or I guess rather underestimated, the amount of stat experience it already has. I feel like I would still get outsped there in that situation. Because none of Alakazam's moves have negative priority. Not that we ever got to see it attack. Because I bit it once, it flinched, and then it never got to move again. This much I know to be true. You will become a celebrated and beloved champion. How do we tell her that I'm already the champion? Shit. It's one of these that brings me back. Not that one. Not that one. There we go. Okay. Yeah, there's no fighting dojo trainers in this game, sadly. Bum, bum, ba-dum, da, 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 dum. Fuck it, I'm just gonna fly to within Saffron. So I can get to wherever the Pokemon Center is instead of searching all around the city for it. That's how lazy I am. Okay, so, that, I believe, puts us with only 2 badges remaining. Blaine's badge and Blue's badge. But that leaves me with a bit of a very, very minor conundrum. Blaine's ace is level 50, which is actually a little lower than I thought it was. So that's actually kind of okay. And Blue's ace is... Oh, interesting. He's not a type specialist. And his ace is all the way up to level 58. God damn. How about that? Yeah, so I think we're gonna put off the Viridian Gem for a little bit, but... we can definitely fight Blaine. And we can also... Assuming that there are some, which there might not be. There might not be, huh? I don't know if there's any gym trainers in Viridian. Because there are no gym trainers for Cinnabar. There might not be any gym trainers in Viridian either. Let's find out. Let's see. If I got jump scared by a fight in here, I'm resetting. Yep, okay. No gym trainers here. So, I kind of want everybody on my team to gain 2 levels before I fight Blaine. I want them to be level 49 before I fight Blaine. At least. And as of right now, there really aren't any other trainers for me to fight. Except for... Oh. Oops. Yeah. Cool, thanks. I'm glad you can move boulders now. There aren't really any trainers I can fight, except for cool trainer Jose, I guess. Let's go fight him. Oh, and we can also do the trainer house fight, because it's a new day. So I guess we'll do that as well. Might as well. Oh, fuck me, I forgot about Whirlpool again. Oh, you son of a bitch. Why is it the guy who's the most annoying to access, who's the most active in my phone list? Right around there. Let's see if his Farfetch'd is higher level this time. I guess I did keep you waiting. Kept you waiting, huh? Farfetch'd coming in. Level 36 this time. Oh! Oh, he's bringing out the big guns for this fight, huh? Fly crit his ass. Okay. Didn't need one. Tweak. He says he'll call me as soon as he gets something pretty. He's not doing that. He's not doing that. Anyway, what I was gonna say, before I remembered that, is... I don't think there's... well, there's the trainer house. So we can do that. After the trainer house, there aren't really any other trainers that we can fight, except for the 2 remaining gym leaders. Is this the trainer house? Yes, it is. Okay. Cal is my opponent again today? Dude, no way. Well, I wish you traveled out here more than once a day. This will indeed be good EXP. Try that again. I asked for fly crit and I got fly miss. Okay, pretty good. Don't parry me. Nice. I think we switch after this. He's probably going to send in Typhlosion. Yeah, there you go. Edmund Carp, this one's all you. Edmund Carp can probably handle the Feraligatr in the back as well. Oh, perfect timing on the light screen. I completely forgot that was up. Oh, man. Nice. Yeah, we'll let you handle this one, Edmund Carp. Should be a kill. Yeah. If I were to stream for another 4.5 hours, I could do another battle. I don't know if I'm gonna stream for that long, though. Probably not. So yeah, like I said, for a battle you can only do once a day, that is just a 3-mon fight, the EXP you get, it ain't half bad. Let me see here. Right. Oh, okay. Ugh. I was wondering about the lucky egg, because the lucky egg is in this game. It can only be found on Wild Chansey, though. The only way that you can get it in these games is finding it on a Wild Chansey. 2% chance. 2% chance. Wild Chansey can be found on 3 different routes. Thankfully, you know, no Safari Zone. Can be found on 3 different routes, all at a 1% chance to encounter. Oh! Okay. Well, in any case, with that taken care of, yeah, there's basically no, you know, non-renewable EXP source really left in the game at this point. I think once we're past level 50 and we've, like, you know, tried the battle tower, you know, win or lose or whatever, and have made the decision, okay, it's time to go past level 50, at that point, I think my method of EXP grinding is probably going to be repeatedly challenging the Pokémon League. But until then, I'm not going to do that. So now the question is, what to do next? Because for Pokemon Yellow, ahead of time, I had already figured out, basically, that was me, that was not you, an optimal plan for where to get each of the Pokemon in a dex. And I haven't done that yet for, I haven't done that yet for Crystal. So I guess now is a better time than ever to do so. And I guess I do also need to run a quick BRB, which I guess will turn into a bit of a longer BRB, because while I am away, I can figure out somewhat of a plan, and then we can start completing the Pokédex. How about that? I'll see you guys in a little while. Alright, I'm back. I have not completed the optimal completion plan, but part of the reason for that is I want to do the rest of it without being on BRB, because I kind of want to walk through the methodology for how I'm planning the optimal completion of the Pokédex, because I think for a very small amount of people, it might be a little bit interesting. It might be a little bit interesting. We'll see. So the idea is basically, I'm trying to find, generally speaking, I'm trying to find the easiest way to get every single one of the Pokemon in the Pokédex. There are a lot of different ways that you can get certain Pokemon. They're available on multiple different routes, maybe multiple different methods of getting them, and there's probably an optimal way of getting each of them. And for the way that I like playing, I've laid out basically my methodology for finding what that optimal completion, or what that optimal acquisition of the Pokemon is, and the way that I prioritize them. So I can walk you through that right now. So basically, firstly, all Pokemon that can be obtained without evolving or breeding will be obtained without evolving or breeding. Except under certain, like, time-sensitive circumstances, like Pokemon only available on certain days or something like that. Or, like, you know, the Great Marsh, for example. I'm trying to remember if in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, an example of that is Skorupi and Drapion, or Drapion. Drapion, if you plan on catching it rather than evolving Skorupi, Drapion can only be found in the Great Marsh, and you have to basically get lucky with the Great Marsh's encounter table. And the Great Marsh's encounter table changes each day, which is especially relevant, you know, in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, where you can't do any time manipulation. So basically, you just have to wait for when the day would come for any of those Great Marsh encounters to be available. And eventually it came time for me to be like, okay, Drapion has... honestly, actually, I don't remember. But I think, if I recall correctly, it eventually got to the point where I'm like, okay, Drapion's not showing up, I'm just gonna evolve my Skorupi. Normally I wouldn't do that, because I just... if I can catch an evolution of a Pokemon without just evolving it, I'm gonna do that. Except under certain very special circumstances like that. Which could mean, like, oh, you know, I could just easily evolve this, and catching the evolution of it in the wild is potentially a lot harder, but I think that's more valuable to get the evolution separately because of a number of things, primarily transferring it to future other Pokemon games. I'm not obviously going for a living dex, but if I can go out of my way to just catch an evolution, That's sort of a middle ground that I think I value more than just getting an evolution if that's not the only option. Now, moving on to the next thing, for Pokemon whose evolution can only be obtained by evolving, and that evolution is achieved via leveling up, then the optimal location for finding that Pokemon is the area in which the Pokemon can be caught at the highest possible level. For example, in Crystal, you can catch Pidgey, you can catch Pidgeotto, you can't catch Pidgeot. Pidgeotto evolves into Pidgeot at level 36. So, let's say I have an encounter table where I have Pidgeotto available on... This isn't the actual encounter table. Let's say it's available on Route 10, Route 12, and Route 14. And if you find it on Route 10, you find it at level 15. Route 12, you find it at level 20. And Route 14, you find it at level 25. I go for the one on Route 14, because that's the highest level. Otherwise, if that's not the case, the optimal location for any given Pokemon is the area in which the Pokemon has the highest encounter rate. So whatever is the highest percentage for the encounter rate where I can find it there will get the win for that being the optimal location. Now the thing is, this game complicates that a little bit because most Pokemon in the game, at least for the ones that I've looked at so far, have a different encounter rate based on the time of day. Morning, daytime, nighttime. And so what I've done is I've basically decided for time of day based encounters, we're going to take the average across all of the times of day for determining the highest encounter rate. It's not a perfect system, but that's what I'm going with. Now, let's say two locations have the... let's say we go back to the situation where a Pokemon whose evolution can only be obtained via evolving, and that evolution is achieved via leveling up. And so we're looking just for the highest possible level. Like I said, the winner there was Route 14 with Pidgeotto level 25. Well, let's say Route 16 also has Pidgeotto at level 25. Which route do I choose? Well, let's say Route 16 has a 60% chance of encountering Pidgeotto. Route 14 has a 40% chance of encountering Pidgeotto. I go with Route 16. That's the tiebreaker. And then additional tiebreaker, if they have the same encounter rate, at that point it doesn't really matter. So I just go with whatever's the latest area in the game. Now for just general Pokemon, the tiebreaker, if two of them have the same high encounter rate, is lowest level at that point, because if I'm not going to be leveling it up to evolve, level doesn't matter. Lower level means probably an easier time catching. And then an additional tiebreaker would be earliest area there. Then I also added a footnote here for the Safari Zone, which fortunately we don't have to worry about in this game. But basically I just said I only prioritize that if the encounter rate is at least 5 times... The encounter rate in the Safari Zone is at least 5 times the highest non-Safari Zone encounter rate. If I knew how agonizing the Safari Zone in Gen 1 was going to be, I probably would have upped that to 10 times the highest is a non-Safari Zone encounter rate. Then there's Game Corner purchases, which will be applicable here. That's only going to be prioritized if there are no other encounter options, because Game Corner purchases are fucking expensive. So, we're going to try not to do that. Then there's NPC trades, so in-game trades. We're also only going to prioritize that if there are no other encounter options, unless It's a situation like the in-game trade for Machoke in Yellow, where you get the in-game trade for it, and then it immediately evolves, and it's a trade evolution, and you get Machamp out of that. That is huge. That is super, super high value. That becomes top priority if that's the case. Really rare for that to be the case, though. And then there's also sometimes you get free gift Pokemon. That's the top priority, because that's the easiest way of getting them. It's a 100% encounter rate and catch rate all in one, so why not? Then there's time of day based encounters, which I mentioned, and then there's just some stuff in here I have for denoting things in my spreadsheet easily. So now I've already gone through a number of the different Pokemon early on in the Dex in Kanto. Of course, you can't normally get the Kanto starters in Gold, Silver, and Crystal. The only way to get that really is through events, but that, of course, won't be a problem for us, because we can just transfer trade the starters from Yellow over to Crystal. And currently they are in their final forms, so we'll trade them all over, and then we'll breed for their stage 1s, and then we'll level them up for their stage 2s. If we have time, I may also breed for multiple eggs of those starters, because I'm pretty sure we're going to want some additional dupes of those so that we can transfer them to future games. But that's only if we have the time. Now, one of the rare cases where we're going to actually prioritize evolving a Pokemon over catching its evolution is, of course, the shiny Weedle that we got in Ilex Forest. And I suppose this is a better time than ever for me to actually open up my PC and just take a look at my box here, which, by the way, how many do I have in here right now? 13 out of 20, okay. Again, keep in mind, we can't catch a Pokemon if the current selected box is full. But yeah, so these are the Pokemon that we already have caught. There's RNG Seedle the Weedle. We've already leveled this up to level 8. Normally it evolves into Kakuna at level 7, but it evolves into Beedrill at level 10. And of course, the way that levolutions work is they're going to try to evolve at every level after the first level at which they can evolve. So I threw this into the daycare until it was level 8. And now, at this point, it's a matter of just leveling it up twice more, and then we are going to have ourselves a shiny Beedrill. Now, as it turns out, if I go back to one of my other spreadsheets here, let me see. Yeah, okay. The Beedrill evolutionary line is actually one of the Pokemon that I plan on transferring to a future game. So we could potentially transfer that shiny Beedrill that we'll have to another game. That would be kind of awesome. So let's see here. Now, the other situation that we have that I think is worth going through the box for is, I of course hatched the odd egg, and out of the odd egg came Elekid. Which means that we did not get Pichu from the odd egg. Meaning that in order to get Pichu, we're going to need to catch a Pikachu. The only way to... There are 2 ways to get Pikachu in the game. Directly. You can catch it in Route 2, in the grass in the morning or daytime. Famously, we were just off from getting a Pikachu before, and actually, Pikachu is one of the Mons that I wanted to get and I should probably prioritize as soon as I actually can get it. Because once I have it, I can get it in my party, and then talk to that other trainer who you can get the number of if you have a Pikachu in your party. Because she can also give you nuggets. So, yeah, that's high value there. So that's one way you can get Pikachu. The other way is you can get it in the Celadon Game Corner. No. No, we're not doing that. There is another way, therefore the Game Corner is off the table. And then, for Raichu, the only way to get Raichu is evolving Pikachu, which of course we need a Thunderstone for. So that's what I have listed down there, and that's what I've done so far for the Dex entries. Up next is Sandshrew, and at this point I suppose I can start vocally walking my way through listing the optimal locations here. I believe Sandshrew here can be found routes 3 and 4, as well as Union Cave and Mount Moon, in the morning and daytime. So Sandshrew here, 5% chance in the morning, 5% chance during the day, 0% chance at nighttime in Route 3 at level 10 in the grass. So I would say Sandshrew has 550 in Route 3. We go to Route 4. Sandshrew is 550 there as well. Now because... Hold on a sec. I should check Sandslash as well. You can catch Sandslash in the wild, which means that we're not looking for highest level for Sandshrew, we're looking for lowest level, ideally. But we're prioritizing encounter rate. So Sandshrew in Route 3 and 4, both 550, and both of them are at level 10, which means we go to the other tiebreaker of earliest area. Route 3 wins over Route 4. Let's look at Union Cave. In 1F, Sandshrew is 30-30-0. That's already better. B1F can't be found in B1F unless you're playing Gold. And it's not in B2F, so it's specifically 1F, 30-30-0. That's really good. That's a lot better than Route 3. Then we got Mount Moon. Mount Moon Sandshrew is 20-20-0, so not as good. Which means the winner is Union Cave for Sandshrew's catch location for us. Get back out of this menu as well in case somebody decides to call me. So Union Cave 1F in the morning or daytime. Now for Sandslash, can be found in Route 26 and in Victory Road in the morning and daytime. Route 26, it is 30-30-0. And in Victory Road, it looks like every floor of Victory Road in this game has the same encounter table, which, not surprising considering how barren it is. It's 5-5-0 in Victory Road, so Route 26 wins. It's in the grass. Morning, daytime. Let me actually change my stream title, by the way. Planning Dex Completion. There we go. Alright. Up next, the female Nidoran evolutionary line. We can find Nidorina. Nidoqueen's not available in the wild, but that's a stone evolution. so we don't have to look for highest level for Nidoran female. Nidoran female can be found in the National Park in the morning and daytime. And it can also be found specifically during a Yanma swarm in Route 35. We're also going to be deprioritizing swarm encounters. Shockingly, I know. So yes, National Park only, which makes that pretty simple. It's a 30-30-0 in the National Park. And it's in the grass. Nidorina. Can be found in routes 13, 14, and 15. Morning and daytime. It's a 30-30-0 in route 13. It is a 30-30-0 in route 14. It can be found at level 23 in route 13. It can be found at level 26 in route 14. So level 23 in route 13, level 26 in route 14. Because its evolution isn't based on level, we don't care about highest level. We go lowest level for an easier catch time. Route 13 wins over route 14 because it has a lower level. How about route 15? Route 15 is also 30-30-0. And you can find it at level 23, same as route 13. Tiebreaker there, earliest area, route 13 wins. Nidoqueen can only be obtained by evolving Nidorina, which uses a Moonstone. Now we have Nidoran male. Nidoran male can also be found in the National Park during the morning and daytime, and Route 35 during a swarm encounter. So, as per the usual, swarm encounter is heavily deprioritized. If I was playing gold or silver, I wouldn't need the swarm. But, alas, I'm playing crystal. It is 30-30-0, same as Nidoran female in the National Park. And then there's Nidorino. Probably going to be pretty much the same story as Nidorina. It's found Route 13, 14, and 15 in the morning and daytime. 30-30-0 on Route 13. 30-30-0 on Route 14. Route 13 has the lower level. It wins. Route 15. 30-30-0. Also level 23, just like Route 13. Route 13 wins because it is the earlier area. Then we got Nidoking. And also, I'm kind of oversimplifying the whole earliest area tiebreaker. You don't necessarily explore all of the routes in numerical order all the time. But I'm just gonna go with numerical order, because that's easier. Unless, of course, it's a situation like this game where the routes don't start at 1, because of the way that Kanto and Johto are connected. So that is also, I guess, a bit of an exception, particularly for this game. Just like Nidoqueen, you need a Moonstone in order to get Nidoking. Now we move on to Clefairy. But before we consider Clefairy, let's also consider Cleffa. Which, because it didn't hatch from the odd egg, we can only get through breeding Clefairy. Or Clefable. So let me note that down as well. Alright. So on the subject of Clefairy, my favorite Gen 1 Pokemon. And one that I used on my team in Fire Red. It can be found in Mount Moon. It can also be found in Routes 3 and 4 at nighttime. So let's see here. Clefairy, Mount Moon, it's 5525. Route 3, 005. Mount Moon's definitely better than that. Clefairy in Route 4 is also 005. So Mount Moon is the way to go for Clefairy in this game. Then we got Clefable. The only way... Oh, we got a call. Your Flaffy is getting prettier. You've been taking photos galore. Keep giving her those tips. Anyway, the only way to get Clefable is by evolving Clefairy, which uses a Moonstone. We're gonna need a lot of Moonstones. Okay, now for Vulpix, which cannot be obtained in Crystal. But we have one in Yellow, so we're going to be transferring our Ninetales from Yellow. And then we're going to breed for a Vulpix. So, problem solved there, just fine. Alright, Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff! Can be found in Routes 5, as well as 6, and 7, and 8, and 34, and 35. 5% across the board in Route 5. Looking like a timer with that 555. Also 5% across the board in Route 6. Because its evolution is a stone evolution, level doesn't matter. So we want lowest level as the tiebreaker here. And Route 6 actually has a lower level. It's 12 versus 14 on Route 5. So Route 6 wins. Route 7. Jigglypuff is also 5% across the board, but it's level 18. So that loses. Route 8. Jigglypuff is 5% across the board here at level 16. It again loses to Route 6. Route 34. Jigglypuff is 5% across the board here at level 12. Same as Route 6, but because we start in Johto, thus having Route 34 earlier in the game, Route 34 wins here. And finally there's Route 35, where Jigglypuff is once again 5% across the board at level 12, but Route 34 wins that one. So we will be getting Jigglypuff at Route 34 in a grass. As for Wigglytuff, it can only be obtained via evolution, which requires another Moonstone. What's the first Pokemon in Natdex order, aside from Weedle and Spearow? That's another one. The Spearow is actually registered to our decks. That was a gift from an NPC that we got. But we actually don't have that Spearow anymore, because That was part of a side quest where an NPC will give you a Spearow that's holding mail and tell you to give it to his friend. And so I completed that side quest. I was a good person. I didn't just take the Spearow for safekeeping. And I handed it over, so I don't have a Spearow anymore. So that's why that's registered, because through doing the side quest, you do get Spearow registered to your decks. Fearow, fortunately, is also catchable in the wild. So we didn't just, like, waste a Spearow acquisition for something that we would have to evolve. So, no harm done there. The next thing in Dex order that I already have caught is... I'm actually very curious. Might not be for a while. Do I have any other Gen 1 Mons? Electrode, okay. So we caught one of those when we were dealing with Team Rocket. Up next in Dex order is Zubat. Zubat, as you can imagine, can be found in a lot of locations. And we're gonna go through all of them. Don't mind me just opening all of them. As for Golbat, just looking ahead a bit, Golbat can also be caught in the wild, in many locations. Crobat cannot be caught in the wild. Has to be evolved, and the evolution is through friendship. Which means... I'm gonna want to probably catch Golbat in a friend ball. So that's something to keep in mind. In any case, let's start going through the locations where you can find Zubat, starting with Rock Tunnel, where Zubat is 10-10-40. We got Whirl Islands. Zubat is 30% across the board on 1F, which is already better. It's also 30% across the board in B1F, 30% across the board in B2F, in both parts of B2F. 1F is easier to access, obviously, so we're going with that. That beats out Rock Tunnel. Let's see, Mount Moon. Zubat is 30% across the board there. Whirl Islands, however, is earlier in the game, but I'm skipping a tiebreaker. Zubat is level 23 in Whirl Islands, and is level 6 in Mount Moon. That beats it out. Dark Cave. Zubat is 34, 39, 39 in Dark Cave. On the Route 31 side. And it's 30% across the board on Route 45 side. So that's actually the best yet. If you're wondering why it has weird percentages, that's because Dunsparce is 1% in that side of Dark Cave. Should have probably angled up my webcam a little bit. There, that's better. Okay. Let's see if anything can beat Dark Cave. How about Ice Path? Zubat's 30% across the board in 1F, 30% across the board in B1F, 30% across the board in B2F, 30% across the board in B3F. So not Ice Path. How about Mount Mortar? 30% across the board in the entrance of 1F. And is 5-5-10 in the back of 1F. And is 60% across the board in B1F. That's the best so far. Even with it being B1F, Mount Mortar B1F is so far the best location to find Zubat. Let's take a look at Union Cave. Zubat is 25-25-5 in Union Cave. Tojo Falls, 30% across the board. It needs an average of over 60% to beat Mount Mortar. Burn Tower. 1F, Zubat is 10% across the board. B1F, it is also 10% across the board. Slowpoke Well. Zubat is 85% across the board in B1F. 80 across the board in B2F. That is going to be hard to beat. Slowpoke Well is now our new best. Route 3 is 0010. I don't think anything's beating this. I think these are all the nighttime only locations now. Route 4, also 0010. Route 9, 005. Route 10, 005. Route 30, 005. Route 31, 005. Route 32, 0010. Route 33, 0040. I'm pretty sure if there are any zeros, it's literally impossible to beat Slowpoke Well. 0030 and Route 42. So yeah, Slowpoke Well is the winner here. And B1F. Now for Golbat. Now the circumstances of evolving Golbat into Crobat, it's through friendship. And I'm pretty sure the level at which you catch it is not really gonna affect the process of evolving it. However, before I actually determine what might influence my decisions further on Golbat, I should probably also consider some very useful moves that would be very important for catching Pokémon. Now, the most obvious move that is useful for catching Pokémon is none other than False Swipe, which I think is in Gen 2. Let me see. Yes, it's in Gen 2. It looks like it became a TM starting in Gen 4, so it's only available through leveling up. Or as an egg move in Gen 2. As an egg move, only Spearow and Paris get it, if you're wondering. So we're probably not going to get it through an egg move. But basically, we want to consider who we might want to use as a False Swiper. And maybe catch them a little earlier. I believe I recall using either Cubone or Marowak as a False Swiper in Fire Red, which indeed I can also do in Gen 2. Other options include Farfetch'd, as well as Scyther and Scizor. Those are all the options, by the way. There aren't very many options. That was one thing I wanted to check, is those options. Another thing to consider, and this is one where Crobat might actually pose a significant amount of use, is for the move Mean Look. Because there are a number of Pokemon in this game that can run away. And Mean Look will prevent that. And just looking here, let's see. Both Golbat and Crobat get Mean Look at level 42. It also looks like Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar also get Mean Look. So does Jinx. So does Umbreon, Murkrow, Misdreavus, Smoochum. I would imagine either Gengar or Crobat is probably the best Mean Looker around. Because generally speaking, you want your Mean Looker to be fast. Gengar has 110 base speed. What does Crobat have? I think Crobat is faster than that. Let me see. Yes, Crobat is base 130. That's the base speed of Mega Gengar. So Crobat is almost certainly the best Mean Looker in Gen 2. It learns it at level 42. Which, I guess, calls into question what I would want to do with that. Because the thing is, one of the potential best uses of Mean Look is to prevent a roaming legendary from running away. Because if I'm not mistaken, if you start a battle with a Mean Looker against a roaming legendary, and you're faster than that roaming legendary, and you click Mean Look, they try to run away, but they try to run away after you Mean Look, and then they're stuck. Now, the thing is, Raikou and Entei are the roamers in Gen 2, and they're level 40. Now, normally, the way that I encounter roaming legendaries, and I would imagine this is still the standard in Gen 2, is by using Repel Manipulation to eliminate everything else from the encounter table and guarantee that one of the roaming legendaries would be what I would encounter. Now, fortunately, looking at their movesets here, they're equipped with a bunch of really low power moves. However, they also both have Roar. That's bad. Especially in a generation with no soundproof. Now let me see about this here. Okay, yeah. Taunt was introduced in Gen 3, which means shutting down Roar isn't really an option. That's really bad. Okay. Oh boy. Yeah, and they both have Roar. One of them has... Entei has Fire Spin. If you get roared while you're trapped by Fire Spin, does it still end the fight? I wonder. Yeah, because the problem with using Mean Look is that if Gengar, or sorry, Crobat, if Crobat is a high enough level to have Mean Look, it's too high to do the Repel Manipulation strategy to eliminate everything else from the encounter table. Unless you delay Zubat's evolution until 36, where it gets Mean Look. And then evolve it into Golbat, and then into Crobat. So I wonder if we want to do that instead. Because, you know, it's base stat v base stat, because, you know, Raikou, Entei, they're not going to have any stat experience, of course. Looking at their base speeds against Crobat, who, again, base 130. Raikou's got base 115. Entei's got base 100. If we consider worst-case scenario, of max DV Entei versus max DV speed Entei versus min DV speed Crobat, Crobat is still faster. If we do the same thing with Raikou, it's actually a speed tie. So there is an extremely small chance, I think it's a 1 in 256 chance, for there to be a speed tie between Crobat and Raikou, assuming no stat experience on the Crobat, which, considering it needs to evolve through Friendship, I think it would at least have some stat experience. Which even the smallest increment of stat experience here, that would be enough to actually influence its stat, I think would be enough to push it to the point of outspeeding Raikou. Yeah, okay. If we consider level 40 v level 40, even the smallest increment of stat experience that it looks like could change, its speed stat would cause it to outspeed by 2 points. Again, this is only in the worst case. If it's not the absolute worst case of minimum DV speed Zubat versus maximum DV speed Raikou, we outspeed Raikou every time. Except for that one. We outspeed Raikou... Really, we outspeed Raikou 511 out of 512 times. because speed ties, of course, are 50-50. And then, yeah, Entei, we outspeed every single time, even in the worst case. So, what's nice is the issue of... Because one of the other issues of roaming legendaries is... especially in a game where you don't have access to, say, a Shadow Tagger, is... whatever you have as your mean looker needs to be able to stay in against the roaming legendary, because the moment that you switch out, after that turn it's going to try and flee again, because the mean looker will no longer be in effect. It is nice knowing that the Roar bug isn't in Gen 2, it's in Fire Red and Leaf Green. But Roar is still really annoying, and it doesn't really seem like there's a way I can play around it. The way that you would normally play around Roar is by having a level advantage. Because in the early gens, in a wild battle, Roar actually has a chance of failing that increases depending on how much lower the level of the Roarer is against the Roaree. So if I sent in like a level 70 Mon against Raikou or Entei, it would have a pretty low chance of successfully roaring. Now, one thing that could be potentially very funny and very interesting is if throughout all of my time catching all the other Pokemon in Johto, which I'm probably going to do all of that before going after the roamers directly. I just always lead with my mean looker, and if I happen to just come across one of those legendaries, I can immediately mean look it. I don't know. That might not be worth doing. Additionally, as I said, I would be only going after these two roamers, probably as one of the last things that I would be doing to complete the dex. And because of that, I think I'm going to use my Master Ball on one of them. Because, god damn it, these roamers are going to be a huge pain in the ass to catch. And I already have a shiny, so, you know, and especially considering I'm going to be going after, you know, dex completion, I'm going to have plenty of other Pokeballs at all times. It's not like I'm going to run out of them trying to catch a random shiny. The moment I would hypothetically encounter another shiny, full odds, out of fucking nowhere, I would immediately load up, pull up potentially, you know, every potential resource that could help me catch it, you know, damage calculator, as well as learn sets, so I know if it, you know, potentially has a move that could kill itself. Which, fortunately, I think most Mons don't have. This isn't a ROM hack. So, yeah, I think I'm probably gonna use my Master Ball on one of these roamers. I think that's the right thing to do. Now, that said, the roamers can't literally be the last thing that I catch in the game, because having all three roamers is actually a prerequisite to catching Ho-Oh. But I wasn't gonna catch Ho-Oh in a Master Ball anyway, so that's not really a concern. So yeah, I'm just considering what my optimal plan of attack for these roamers would be. You know, obviously, if I had access to a second Master Ball, I wouldn't have to deal with any of this, because then I could just throw both of my Master Balls at the roamers, and, you know, bada bing, bada boom, problem solved. Additionally, you know, the repel trick at level 40, it's not really that hard to pull off. The only, I guess, hard part is having a Pokemon at level 40. Once you have that, especially now that I have both of them registered to my dex, since both of them, you know, happened to show up and pay me a visit when I was level grinding for Claire. You know, actually, you know, getting them in the same location, assuming there's no bullshit, like there was in X and Y when I was trying to get the encounters for Zapdos, we should be able to actually just encounter them. And, yeah, I'm hoping that they play nice. I guess another question is, so, I remember I actually bred a Crobat that I have no idea what game it's in right now, but I think I bred it in, like, Heart Gold and Soul Silver, specifically because I wanted one that could also have Hypnosis. Because Crobat, or Zubat, it gets Hypnosis as an egg move. But it doesn't look like that's the case in Gen 2. It looks like that started in Gen 4. It does get Double Team. So, theoretically, we could have... we could have our Mean Looker prevent the roamer from running away, and then double team it up so that roar misses. That would be pretty funny. Yeah, the egg moves that it gets in Gen 2 are Feint Attack, Gust, Pursuit, Quick Attack, and Whirlwind. And if we transferred it from Gen 1, it could theoretically also have Bide, Double Edge, Mega Drain, Mimic, Rage, Razor Wind, Substitute, and Takedown. I actually don't know how Substitute interacts with Roar, because I don't think sound-based moves were a distinction until Gen 3. Okay, so it looks like... Okay. Okay. Yep, alright. So it looks like... Roar does go through Substitute. Got it, okay. Because that would be potentially a way to play around Roar, is by substituting, if that worked. But it unfortunately does not. Well, unfortunately, as in, it would be nice to have that counterplay, but at the same time, that would be a huge pain in the ass, because I'd have to transfer a Zubat from Gen 1 that has Substitute, which I'm pretty sure is a single-use TM in that gen. Or a one-instance TM in that gen. And then, yeah, I'd have to use it, and then, you know, I'd have to keep using it. Every time that the Substitute would break. That would be pretty annoying. Crobat, or Zubat, I would assume also Crobat, and Golbat, it also gets attract. So I could potentially try and get, like, a Zubat that is the opposite sex of one of the... one of the roamers? Although, then again, I don't know if they have genders. No, they don't. Okay. So, moot point. Forget that. Forget I said anything. Yeah, man, the fact that it doesn't have... The fact that Taunt is not in Gen 2 is... a bit sad, actually. As Uncle Ralph would say. Let's see... Wait a minute. I just looked something up. So, I did also mention Jinx having Mean Look. But Jinx only has 95 speed. Okay, yeah. It looks like there's not a whole lot of, It seems like there's not a whole lot of ways to play around things. Is there anything here mentioning Roar? 'Cause that's the thing that I'm concerned about, is them using Roar. Oh my god. I just looked up a guide to find the legendary beasts, and this motherfucker is bringing up Bayes' theorem. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm curious. Let me go into the decks real quick. Okay, hold on. Okay. If I go into the decks... Okay, thank God. I was a little worried there that you wouldn't be able to see them. And, like, wherever they are. They're called nests, okay. Okay. I wonder if anybody's mentioning Roar. Let's see. But yeah, basically the guide that I'm looking at suggests using Jinx as your mean looker instead. And giving it mean look and also lovely kiss. Yeah, that's that's pretty annoying that there's not really a way to play around Roar other than to try and put it to sleep and hope for the best. Yeah, that's not great. And yeah, we would have to avoid KOing it, because then it'll never show up again. Oh, interesting. Okay. The roar bug got fixed in the Switch version of Fire Red and Leaf Green. Okay. That's good to know. Yeah, it's the roar that's just annoying me. You know? I'm just trying to figure out what the best counterplay to the roar is. You know, ideally you'd put it to sleep, but... yeah, the problem is the Mean Looker and the Sleeper can only be the same Mon if it's Jinx. And Jinx is not very fast. It has a speed stat of 95. Meaning you'd probably... The guide suggests dumping a bunch of Carboses into Jinx. And I don't think I want to do that. A, because it's really expensive. B, because, you know, Battle Tower is higher priority for stuff like that. As for Lovely Kiss itself... that shit's got 75 accuracy. So, I don't know, man. That, knowing me, I'd miss with that shit anyway. Like, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I might just try and say, fuck it, we ball with the roamers, and then just decide, like, okay, we're just gonna try and go after it until it uses roar. One thing that is good to know, though, is that the damage that you deal to them will carry over across battles. Although it does look like status conditions do get reset. So, even in the event of, say, you know, this isn't the case, but let's say I could teach Thunder Wave to my Zubat, which I can't in this gen. I don't even know if it gets it in other gens. But yeah, it does not... It won't carry over. I'd have to Thunder Wave again at the beginning of the next encounter. So... there's a good chance that we'll have to repeatedly encounter... most likely, I would probably say the easier one to deal with between Raikou and Entei is probably Entei, just because it's slower. And it has Fire Spin. Which, that's the other thing. Raikou has Quick Attack in its moveset. And that means that I could Mean Look turn 1, and I'm pretty sure the priority of its fleeing is based on what... because in Gen 2, it will... roaming legendaries will essentially try to run away and also prepare a move in case they can't run away. So if I Mean Look, they'll simply just use a move that turn. As opposed to in later gens, where if you use Mean Look on turn 1, they try to flee and they lose their turn. Which means... if Raikou goes for Quick Attack on turn 1, it's gonna do that before I can Mean Look. Meaning that it'll also be able to flee, and it'll just flee with +1 priority. Oh, this is getting more and more fucked the more I think about it. Raikou just straight up has a 50% chance of ending the battle on turn 1. Because it has Quick Attack and Roar. Why did they give the roaming legendaries Roar? What is wrong with them, man? It even has Roar when it... Suicune even has Roar when it's a roaming legendary in Gold and Silver. Insane. God, what an absolute nightmare. So yeah, we definitely, we definitely want to... We definitely... Most likely we're gonna be catching the roaming Entei normally, and then Master Balling the Raikou. But I'm probably not gonna Master Ball either of them until I catch the other one, and then Master Ball the remaining one. That's just so insane to me. I'm curious, because I know... Let me see here. Yeah, okay. 2-turn moves, by the way, that exist in this game. They can get disrupted by something like a full para. In Gen 1, there's actually a glitch where you stay in the semi-invulnerable turn, if that happens on the second turn of the move. And that would be a really funny way of... Yeah, that would be a really funny way of preventing Roar from working. Which I guess is the other thing, is like, if they use Roar, and of course this is Copium, if they use Roar, it's not guaranteed to hit. I'm actually curious. Let me look at this formula here. Yeah, so Roar, assuming it uses the same formula as it does in Gen 1, Yeah, okay. So, assuming a level 40 Mon versus a level 40 Mon, which was the most likely situation in a Repel-manipped roamer, Roar would have... That's a really funny-looking decimal, actually. Hold on a sec. That's awesome. It has about a 12.3% chance of failing. Or, if it's out of 1, 0.1234567901123. I wonder if that's a repeating decimal, actually. That's awesome. That's so cool, man. I love math. So yeah, that's copium right there. Is, I can fucking... I can, I can rely on Roar failing. And yes, I could also potentially double team up. And then Roar has an even higher chance of failing. I just don't know how worth it that is to do that. If I could put it to sleep and then double team, then it would absolutely be worth it. But yeah, it's not the case, sadly. So yeah, this is looking pretty rough in terms of trying to catch one of these guys. Oh boy. I'm really hoping I just get lucky. We'll see. We'll see. I feel like I'm gonna go into my optimal completion plan for each of the roamers and just put roaming Johto, and then in parentheses, God help me. You have so many more tools at your disposal to handle roamers starting in Gen 3. Because that's when you have Shadow Tag. That's when you have Taunt. That's where, you know, learn sets in general are better. Of course, almost every roamer across the entire series, I think the legendary beasts are, like, the only exceptions to this. Almost every roamer across the entire series is actually immune to Arena Trap, because they're almost all levitators or flying types. So really, yeah, it's just Shadow Tag. I don't think any roamers are ghost types, off the top of my head, because there's the Genies, there's the Lake Guardians, there's Latios and Latias. And by Lake Guardians, I specifically mean Mesprit. Cresselia. And that's basically it in terms of the ones that you actually battle. Aside from the beasts. Alright. Yeah, this is tough. I think I am still gonna go with Crobat as my mean looker. Which means delaying the Zubat evolution. Which means we're going to want to we're gonna want to reconsider where we actually get the Zubat. Because we probably want one at a higher level. So let's see here. What's the highest level Zubat that we can get? We already have knowledge of the highest encounter rate Zubat. That's the Slowpoke well. What about the highest level? Zubat at nighttime in Rock Tunnel is 12 to 15. 23 in World Islands. 24 in World Islands B1F and B2F. 26 in B2F Inner Cave. So that's better. Mount Moon. It is 6. Two or 4 in Dark Cave. Or level 23 on the other side. Ice Path. I see a level 22, level 23, level 24, level 25. How about Mount Mortar? Level 13 there. Level 15 or 14 there. Okay. Five and 7. 6 and 8. This is Union Cave. 22. Huh. I don't know if I actually explored the deeper reaches of Union Cave. Huh. I guess that's something worth checking. I was gonna say I might get a call. Let's see. It's a great night for fishing. My quillfish has grown again. Okay. He did not give me anything useful. Tojo Falls, Zubat is 22 there. Burn Tower, we got Zubat at 14, Zubat at 15. Five to 8 in Slowpoke Well. Or if you go to B2F, it's 19, 21, 23. Zubat's level 6 there. Level 6 there. Level 15 there. Level 15 there. Level 3 there. Level 4 there. Level 6 there. Level 6 there. And level 14 there. So the highest level Zubat in the game can be found in B2F Inner Cave and Whirl Islands. So I think that's actually where I'm going to want to catch my Zubat, because we actually do want this Zubat to evolve into a Golbat through leveling, and then have that be the evolution through friendship. So yeah, I think I am going to stick with Crobat as my mean looker, as I said. Because I feel like, regardless of what you do, you're playing a dangerous probability game. Like, I could have Jinx as my mean looker, who then has access to Lovely Kiss, in addition to Mean Look. But then, you know, you run into a different issue of... you know, you're still playing the probability game, you're not very fast. There's a lot of problems, basically. Before I actually full send that as my Mean Looker, though, I do want to check one more thing. Okay. Let me check the others. Okay, it's weird. Okay. That's also weird. Okay. Actually, Crobat might not be the best Mean Looker. Upon further inspection, a compromise of higher speed stat and earlier access to Mean Look, by the way. Not that that really matters. Basically, I think Gengar might be better. It's got a lower speed stat. It does. But it's less of a pain to evolve, because it's just a trait evolution. If we consider Gengar versus Entei, they're both level 40. And we consider minimum DV speed Gengar versus maximum DV speed Entei, it does actually outspeed by 4 points. It doesn't take a ton of statty experience to counteract that, though. Then there's Raikou. Who, assuming the same DVs, Raikou is faster. We would have to have either a stat experience advantage or a DV advantage to outspeed. Let's say we use one Carbos on this Gengar. and it has the same DV for speed as Raikou. It now speed ties. And if we consider worst possible speed DV versus best possible speed DV Entei, with a single Carbos, Gengar speed ties in that situation as well. Now, the whole outspeeding Raikou situation is actually a little less important than the outspeeding Entei situation anyway, because Raikou has a priority move, and that's gonna fuck with us anyway. Although I think... Well, actually, no, because I'm pretty sure AI for wild Pokemon is just full random move. But if it at least has the basic level of AI to say, don't use a normal type attack against a ghost type Pokemon, Raikou's never gonna quick attack. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's the only move that would not be allowed, or that would be disincentivized. I guess another thing to consider, now that I'm thinking about that, can the Gengar evolutionary line get to Sable? Not in Gen 2. I think Gengar might be a better mean looker. And here's the kicker as to why. Not only is it a little easier to get through the process of actually getting mean look on Ghastly, specifically. Ghastly gets mean look at level 13, but if we get it at a low enough level, aka lower than level 16, it also has Hypnosis. Couple that with Gengar's considerably higher speed and just, I think, generally better stats and better typing than Jinx. Hypnosis having 60 accuracy versus Lovely Kiss's 75 accuracy. I think the benefits of using Gengar versus Jinx outweigh the downsides. So now that I think about it actually a little more, I think we want to use Gengar as our mean looker. Which also means that well, actually no, because we can level up, we can evolve Ghastly right away. A lot of the level grinding that I might end up doing, I might be doing automatically, by the way, just through the daycare, which means I'm going to have to be very careful with the moves. One of the benefits of this being Gen 2, where movesets are really barren, or learn sets are really, you know, sparse and barren, is that, you know, daycare move overriding will happen, it's less of an issue, basically. Because we can level it all the way up to 40 in the daycare, and then take it out, give it a Carbos, potentially, and then just trade it whenever we feel the need to do so. Well, actually, no. Level 39. Because then, you know, because Ghastly itself evolves through leveling. So we need one more level to then evolve it. Then it'll be a level 40 Haunter. Then we trade it, and it's a Gengar. Yeah, okay. I think that's good. I think that's good. We will go with Gengar as our mean looker of choice in this game. So, in fact, I'll go back to getting Zubat and Slowpoke well B1F. That was a massive tangent I just went off of to just consider roaming legendaries. This is the kind of thing where just like, because I normally do a lot of this planning off stream, and for the most part I'm going to be doing planning like this off stream. It's just that I haven't had the time to do so we're doing it on stream. Yeah, I just know that the roamers are going to be a pain in the ass, and they're probably going to affect other decisions that I want. Because there are going to be some support Pokemon that we're going to want that will help our chances of catching other Pokemon. Is basically the reason that I went down a bit of a rabbit hole there to figure that out. I would say it was worth it. Because that is something that we want to figure out ahead of time. Particularly for those goddamn roamers. I don't think there's really any other Pokemon outside of those roamers that, you know, require as much attention and babysitting and care in terms of preparing to go after them. And again, there's 2 roamers in this game. One of the very nice things about playing Crystal instead of Gold and Silver is Suicune is not a roamer. There's only 2 roamers. We catch one the hard way of, you know, the way that I've been preparing for mentally with, you know, the mean look hypnosis strategy that we'll be able to rock with Gengar. If we successfully pull that off on one of the roamers, we can catch the other one with a Master Ball. And then that's both of them. So we only need to get one. If we get one, we're basically done. So that's something to keep in mind. Now then, back to the question of who is going to be my false swiper. Because that's the other support move that could be nice in wild battles. I don't know how often I'd be using it, but having a false swiper would be nice. We won't be using false swipe against roamers, by the way, because Gengar doesn't get it, and you obviously can't switch out to use it because then Mean Look won't be active anymore and it'll run away. Which means that we're gonna want also a way of properly dealing damage to the roamers, which shouldn't be hard to come by. Because, again, with you know, Hypnosis and the Mean Look active, we should have a good amount of time to deal damage to these roamers. And the other thing is, I briefly touched on this, the roamers don't have a lot of ways of dealing damage. Again, going back to their movesets, Raikou has Leer, Thundershock, Roar, and Quick Attack. Quick Attack can't hit Gengar because it's a Ghost type. Leer does nothing because its only damaging move is Thundershock, which is a special move. And then, of course, there's the threat of Roar, which our best bet of playing around is putting it to sleep. Entei has Leer, Ember, Roar, and Fire Spin. So Entei actually has higher damage potential than Raikou, but both Ember and Fire Spin are pretty low base power. And, you know, naturally... Also, I think Fire Spin is not perfectly accurate. Yeah, it's 70 accuracy in Gen 2. So, it's not even guaranteed to hit. And yeah, it has like 15 base power or something. 35? It's 15 in Gen 2, okay. It got buffed to 35 in Gen 5. It's 90 base power in Platinum Kaizo, by the way. Ember, I believe, is, what, 40 base power? Yeah, same as Thundershock. So, those are pretty low base power moves. And Gengar itself, by the way... Let me just pull up Gengar's base stats here real quick. Gengar has 75 base special defense, which isn't that bad. It's, in fact, its third highest stat, only behind speed and special attack. So, it should be able to take a couple of Thundershocks, or Embers, or Fire Spins. To the point where, if it gets hit, it should still be able to land a Hypnosis before the damage gets out of control. Paralysis from Thundershock would be really bad, though. That would be really bad. But considering the other moves Raikou has, that's not the immediate worst-case scenario. The problem is it then opens you up to the worst-case scenario. I mean, the worst-case scenario is, you know, doing this in Fire Red and Leaf Green, where it's bugged, but, you know. So, yeah, I definitely think Gengar is the best choice here. But yeah, so False Swipe, which we would be using in battles other than the roaming legendary battles. Our options for the False Swipers, going through them again: Farfetch'd, Cubone, Marowak, Scyther, Scizor. That's it. Those are the only 5 Pokemon in Gen 2 that get False Swipe. Because False Swipe was not a TM until Gen 4. So the only way that you could have False Swipe in Gen 2 is through Level Up Learn Set or as an Egg move. And I'm gonna keep it real with you, Chief. I'm not fucking hatching a Pokemon just so I can have False Swipe. If I was, Spearow and Paris could also get False Swipe. We're not doing that. So of those options, who's the best False Swiper in town? I don't know. It would depend on, I guess, what the levels are for where I can catch these guys. And also the levels at which they can learn False Swipe. The lowest level I see as a False Swipe learn option is Scyther, which gets it at level 18. Cubone gets it at 33, Marowak gets it at 39, Farfetch'd gets it at 44. Scizor also gets it at level 18. So we'd have to consider basically what levels that we could and should catch these at. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I think we should probably go back to actually filling out the spreadsheet for optimal completion plans. Now that we've figured out our Mean Looker, the only 2 support moves that we'd want to actually go out of our way to get, really, are Mean Look and False Swipe. Everything else is just kind of whatever, right? I could get Thunder Wave, but I'm pretty sure in Gen 2, Paralysis doesn't affect catch rate, so that's really just there so that the wild Pokemon uses its moves less often, which can be helpful, it's just not the most helpful. At that point, considering, you know, the way that a lot of battles would go, it would probably be better off just having me use, like, Toxic or something on a Wild Mon, and then trying to catch it before it dies. Or just dealing some sort of little baby chip damage if possible. Which I'm sure there are plenty of ways for me to do. You know, the false swiping is not even necessarily necessary. As much as, say, having a mean looker for the roamers is, especially in Gen 2, when, you know, there aren't really any other options for dealing with the roamers other than yeeting a Master Ball, which I plan on doing for one of the roamers, but not the other one because I only get one Master Ball. Anyway. Yeah, again, False Swipe is a bridge we'll cross when we get there. If we ever want to get there. In later gens, where False Swipe is a TM, and we have more freedom over who gets it, sure, we'll probably go out of our way more often to get that. Otherwise, I don't really think it's necessary. Let's continue filling out this goddamn spreadsheet. Where are you at, Golbat? Route 45 side, Dark Cave, 5%. B2F of Union Cave, 30%. So, that wins so far. Slowpoke Well, B2F, 5%. Mount Mortar, 1F at 10%, back of 1F at 5%, 2F 5515, B1F 20%, okay, Whirl Islands, we got 5510 on 1F, B1F is also 5510, B2F is 5510, B2F Inner Cave is 5510, Ice Path, 30%. So Ice Path is later in the game than Union Cave. Union Cave, oh, you can find it at a lower level in Union Cave on average. I think Union Cave actually wins, okay. Mount Silver Cave, an area we can't even access yet. 5545 on 1F, 30-30-50 on 2F, 30-30-45 at the summit, 80-80-50 in the chambers. It's gonna be hard to beat that. And with Golbat and Crobat and the others not being our mean looker, yeah. Definitely the winner so far. Let's check out Victory Road. 10-10-30. Tojo Falls. 30%. Route 28. 0030. Route 42. 0015. Rock Tunnel. 2F005, Mount Silver, 0030. Yeah, okay. So we'd want to get Golbat and Mount Silver Cave in the chambers. Yeah, okay. And you can enter Mount Silver after you have all 16 badges. That's what I figured. So, question answered. Just like I said, I probably would at some point this stream. I don't even remember what it means by chambers. Because it's a little more, I guess, digestible in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. I guess we'll see. Never seen what Mount Silver Cave looks like in the original. So, outside of, you know, the summit part where you fight Red. And then as for Crobat, unsurprisingly, the only way to get it is to evolve Golbat, which is through friendship. Meaning that when we catch that Golbat in Mount Silver Cave, in the chambers, we're gonna want to try and catch it with a friend ball. So I guess that's a reminder before I end my stream today. I should probably see if I have any apricorns that I can give Kurt to get as many friend balls as I can. Golbat's catch rate is 90. Which is not bad, actually. Hello, Dana. You're telling me more about your wonderful stories again? Do you want more tips? Okay. Let me see if I can pull up the catch rate calculator again. Because, of course, the friend ball doesn't change the catch rate at all. It's all about what happens, you know, after you actually catch it that it influences. Do I? There it is, okay. So let's say we go to the chambers. Golbat is probably going to be like level 48 if we catch it there. If we get it down to, like, if we get it down to, like, 10% of its HP, we have a 1/3 chance of catching it with a basic Pokeball, which is what the friend ball is. If we were to false swipe, that goes up to 35. Which is to say, we probably want multiple friend balls. Even so, because the encounter rate for Golbat is so high in that area of Mount Silver, it might be worth it to just, like, go in with however many friend balls I have, and then if I run out of friend balls catching a Golbat, just soft reset. Make a note to try and catch that with a friend ball. Okay, moving on. Oddish. see, we got 0050 on Route 24. We got 0030 on Route 25, it looks like. Yep, okay. Before I go any farther, it levels to Gloom. Can we catch Gloom? Yes, we can. And then for its other evolution, it's a Stone Luigi! And the Ilex Forest, 0050 there as well. Wow, I didn't realize Oddish was that plentiful in the Ilex Forest. What time of day was it when I found the shiny Weedle? Certainly wasn't nighttime, because Weedle can't be found at nighttime. Okay. So I say, I'll go with Ilex Forest? Yeah, Ilex Forest, definitely. It has to be at nighttime. Now for Gloom. Can only be found in Route 24. At nighttime at only a 5% encounter rate, okay. Yes, Vileplume, Stone Evolution. As you would expect, have to evolve it. Needs a Leaf Stone. Paris. Now there are some mons that I can get through the bug catching contest, but I'm gonna deprioritize that for mons that have manageable encounter rates, basically. Paris is, let's see, 5% in Ilex Forest. %10 in Mount Moon. So we want to get it in Mount Moon. How about Parasect? Maybe I should have checked that first. Well, it's okay, because we can catch Parasect in Mount Silver Cave. But where in Mount Silver Cave? In 2F, perhaps? Where it's a 15% chance? It's a 20% chance in the chambers. Alright. Venonat. We're also usually going to be deprioritizing headbutting trees. It seems like there's multiple encounter tables for headbutting trees. There's like a high encounter rate one and then like a low encounter rate one. Unless it's in both encounter tables, or it's the only way to find it, I'm probably going to be discounting it almost immediately. Okay, Venonat. 0030 on Route 9. Before we go any farther, can I catch Venomoth? Yes, I can. Okay. 0030 on Route 9, 0030 on Route 10, both of which are at level 15, so Route 9 wins the tiebreaker. Route 13, 0030 there, it's a higher level though, so Route 9 wins the tiebreaker. Route 14, 0030, but at a higher level, so Route 13 wins Route 9 wins the tiebreaker. Route 15, 0030, but at a higher level, so Route 9 wins the tiebreaker. Route 24, 0030, it's at a lower level. Yeah. So it wins the tiebreaker. Route 25, 0020. Route 43, 0040. That's our new front runner. Ilex Forest, 0030. Okay, National Park, 0010. And then you could headbutt trees in the Lake of Rage, but it's only in the high encounter table. So Route 43 in the grass is our winner there. And it has to be at nighttime. Venomoth. Venomoth is 0010 on Route 9. 0010 on Route 10. They are... same level? Let's see. I think so. Yeah. Same level. So Route 9 wins the tiebreaker because it's earlier. Route 13, 0010, but at a higher level, so Route 9 wins. Route 14, 0010 at a higher level, Route 9 wins. Route 15, 0010 at a higher level, Route 9 wins. Route 43, 005. Get that one at Route 9 in the grass at nighttime. Alright, up next, Diglett. Looks like it can only be found in... wait for it. Diglett's Cave. Yeah. 90% encounter rate there, so hard to beat it. Then we got Dugtrio, also only in Diglett's Cave. Alright, up next. We got Meowth. It's funny enough, you could not find that in yellow. In Crystal, though, it is available. 0030 on Route 5. Wait, hold on. Persian, can we catch that? Yes. Okay. Anyway. 0030 on Route 5. 0030 on Route 6. 13. 13. Route 5 is earlier, it wins the tiebreaker. Route 7. 0030 at Route 7, or level 17, which is a higher level, so it loses. Route 8. 0030, level 17, higher level, it loses. Route 11. 0030 at level 13, same level, but later in the game, so loses the tiebreaker. Route 38, 0040. Very nice. That is now the best. And then Route 39, 0040 as well. Who's got the better levels? On average, it looks like Route 38. Let me see here. Yeah. Route 38 it is. In the grass at nighttime. Up next, we got Persian. Which looks like it can only be found in Route 7 at nighttime. 10% chance. Alright. Next on to Psyduck. Psyduck is in the grass 0010, but you can also get it while surfing at a 90% encounter rate. That's pretty good. Route 35, 0020 in the grass, but 90% encounter rate while surfing. But at a higher level. What about Golduck, by the way? Can't forget about Golduck. You can catch that as well, it looks like. Yep. So, we do want the lower level here. So Route 35 loses that one. How about Ilex Forest? 0010 in the grass, but 90% while surfing. But at higher levels, so it loses. National Park. 0030 in the grass. And there's no surfing, so... It looks like we want to surf on Route 6. Which is also how I caught my Psyduck that I used on my team in yellow. Shout out to Ark. Alright, Golduck. Looks like 10% while surfing. While surfing, but at higher level. On Route 35, Ilex Forest. 10% while surfing. At a higher level, so it loses. Mount Silver Cave. 005 in 1F. 0030 in 2F. which on average is actually the same as surfing, but it is lower level, or sorry, higher level. You could surf and get 30% across the board in 2F, which is better. That's the best so far. The summit, it's 005. Chambers, it's 30%. Oh, wait, no. That's only in gold and silver. Yeah, okay. 30% surfing, 2F Mount Silver Cave. Alright, moving on. Got Mankey and Primeape. Which cannot be obtained in Crystal. So we are going to have to transfer those from Yellow. I believe if I recall correctly, when I was completing the Yellow decks, I caught an extra Mankey and an extra Primeape, specifically for this. We can trade them over. Growlithe. On Route 8, 10-10-0. Route 35, 20-20-0. Route 36, 10-10-0. Route 37, 40-40-0. That's our best. Is Route 37 in the grass. Morning and daytime only. And we have Arcanine, which needs to be evolved to obtain, and you need a Firestone for that. Up next we got Poliwag, as well as Poliwhirl. Poliwag first. Many water types, there are a ton of areas where you can get it. Fishing's a good job, mate. Okay, in the grass, it is 0040. Surfing, this is Route 22. Surfing, 90% across the board. That's going to be hard to beat. Fishing, the best encounter rate for Poliwag while fishing is the Super Rod with 80%. So the surfing percentage is going to be the one to beat there. Can we do better than 90% at a pretty low level? Let's see. Route 28, surfing 90%, but at a higher level, a much higher level, in fact. And the fishing encounters aren't any better. Route 30. It's in the grass at 0020. You can also surf for it with 90%, but at a higher level. And the fishing encounters are not any better. Route 31. It's in the grass at 0030. You can surf for it, but at a higher level. Fishing encounters aren't any better. How about Route 44? It's in the grass at 0030. It's in the grass more often than I thought it would be. Surfing, you can find it, 90%, but at a higher level. Fishing encounters aren't any better. Violet City. Surfing, 90%, but at a higher level. Fishing encounters are not any better. Let's see here. Ecruteak City. Same deal. Viridian City. Is actually the same as Route 22, it looks like. Same level range, same rate. And Viridian City, I think, yeah, is a little before Route 22. So that actually wins the tiebreaker. Mount Silver. Can surf to find Poliwag, but only at a 10% chance. Fishing, you can get up to 80%, but that's still not good compared to what we already have. Route 6. It's just a fishing encounter. It's the best with the Super Rod, 80%. Route 35. Just a fishing encounter. The best goes up to 80%. Route 43. Just a fishing encounter. The best is 80%. Runes of Alph. On the exterior, of course. Can fish. At best, it's 80%. Ilex Forest. Can fish for it. Best is 80%. Blackthorn City. Can fish for it. The best is 80%. Route 22. It's in the grass at 0040. Oh, we already went over that. Route 30. It's in the grass at 0020. Surf for it, you can fish for it. Yeah, I don't think we're beating what we had before. YouTube video almost started playing. Anyway. Route 44. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're gonna get any better. Which means the winner is Viridian City Surfing. Viridian City is also where I would get Poliwag in yellow, but that was through fishing. As for Poliwhirl, I think the story will be slightly different. Let's look at Route 22. 10% while surfing. Route 28. 0040 in the grass, which is better. 10% while surfing as well. Route 30. 10% while surfing. So still Route 28 is the one to beat. Route 31. %, while surfing. Route 44. 0010 in the grass. 10% while surfing. Violet City. 10% while surfing. Ecruteak City. 10% while surfing. Viridian City, 10% while surfing. Mount Silver. 0040 in the grass. 90% while surfing. There's our winner. Remembered seeing that when I was looking at the Poliwag stuff. Okay. As for Poliwrath and Politoed, probably won't shock me to see that I have to do the evolutionary methods to get those. Yes, indeed. Poliwrath needs a Water Stone. And Politoed wherever the hell it is in the decks. There it is. Is evolution trade with King's Rock. Alright, Abra. Let's check Kadabra first, just to make sure you can catch it. You can. Abra. Could get it in the game corner, but it looks like there are plenty of other much better options. Like Route 5, where you can get it at a 15% chance. Route 7, where it's a 5% chance. Route 8, 20% chance. Route 24, 10% chance. Route 34, 10% chance. I wonder if Mean Look works against Teleport. Alright, sorry about that. Seems like we got a call while I was away. It's a great night for fishing. These calls have not been particularly useful, have they? I would love to actually get some items from these guys, but they don't seem to be very generous. Which is a shame. A real shame. Okay, Route 35 for Abra. 10%. Looks like Route 8 is the best. Yeah, alright. In the grass, any time of the day. How about Kadabra? Looks like it's only Route 8, which is also where I caught Kadabra in yellow. As for Alakazam, you probably don't need me to tell you that the only way to get it is to evolve it from Kadabra, which you need to do via a trade. Alakazam is a likely Pokemon, as I said before, for my Battle Tower team. If my initial run through the Battle Tower doesn't work out, which is very possible. And yeah, like I said, my plan is to run it with Psychic and the 3 Elemental Punches for coverage. So I think that has a lot of potential to work pretty well. Alright. So we got Machop. Let's also check Machoke real quick. Okay. Let's look at Machop. Okay. Rock Tunnel. We got 2020 on 1F. That's it, okay. Mount Mortar. 2020 in the 1F entrance. 2020 1F back. 550 on 2F. 1010 B1F. Okay. Let's look at levels here. Machop is 12 in Rock Tunnel. 14 in 1F entrance. 15 in 1F back. Okay. Looks like Rock Tunnel is winning this one. And it's specifically morning, daytime. And how about Machoke? Let's take a look. Okay, Mount Mortar. And 2F, it's a 30-30-0. That's the only place where you can get it. Mount Silver Cave. Mount Silver Cave 2F. 30-30-0. The Summit, can't find it. Chambers, can't find it. Okay. 48 v 32. Mount Mortar wins against that. How about Rock Tunnel? 550. Okay, so it's Mount Mortar here. Mount Mortar 2F. Morning, daytime. And then there's Machamp. Just like Alakazam, gotta evolve it. Which is through trade. Let's take a look at Bellsprout. On Route 24, which is where I caught mine that I used on my team in yellow. Shout out to Doombloom. It is a 5% chance. .5% chance in Route 25 as well. Same level, which is 10. So Route 24 wins the tiebreaker, because it's earlier. Route 31. Bellsprout's got a 20% chance there, so that's better. Route 32. Bellsprout also with a 20% chance. I should check to see if I can catch Weepinbell. I can, okay. So this is the logic we want to follow. Bellsprout 20% on Route 31, Bellsprout 20% on Route 32. Bellsprout is lower level on Route 31. Route 36. Bellsprout level 5 at 20%, just like on Route 31, but Route 31 is earlier, so it wins the tiebreaker. Route 44. Bellsprout 20%, but at a higher level. The winner here, Route 31. In the grass, at any time of day. Now show me Weepinbell. Only available on Route 44. 10% chance in the grass. And Victory Bell. Just the Revolution. Needs a Leaf Stone. Now for one of the most plentiful Pokemon in the game, for sure. It's Tentacool. Alright, let's take a look at all these locations. Route 20! Tentacool from Surfing. 90% chance. Good cry. Doesn't look like fishing gives it any better of an encounter rate. Let's look at Route 21. Tentacool also 90% chance. Same level range. Surfing encounters don't make it any better, so Route 20 wins that tiebreaker. Route 26. 90% chance on surfing. Fishing don't make it any better. It does, however, have a better level range, so it wins. Route 27. 90% chance while surfing. Fishing encounters don't make it any better. Better level range, though. Route 41. Let's see here. 60% chance while surfing. Fishing encounters don't make that any better. New Barktown. 90% chance while surfing. Fishing encounters don't make that any better. Same level range as Route 27, but as early as it can possibly be. It will win all early tiebreakers now. Let's see. Tentacool and Pallet Town. 90% while surfing. Fishing don't make it any better. Vermilion City. 90% while surfing. Not a good level range. Fishing encounters don't make it any better. On the port, 90% while surfing. Bad level range. Fishing encounters don't make it any better. Olivine City. 90% while surfing. Fishing encounters do not make it any better. On the port, pretty much the same story. Cinnabar Island. %90 while surfing. Fishing encounters don't make it any better. Route 19. 90% while surfing. Fishing encounters don't make it any better. Route 34. 90% while surfing. Fishing encounters don't make it any better. Route 40. 90% while surfing. Fishing encounters do not make it any better. Cherry Grove City. 90% while surfing with a split level range. New Bark's still got a better one, of course. Sea and Wood City. 90% while surfing. Fishing don't make it no better. Whirl Islands. Surfing on 1F is 60%. That's it. Union Cave. On B2F, surfing 60%. Route 12. %60 while surfing. Fishing encounters do make it better, all the way up to 70% with the Super Rod. Route 13. 60% while surfing. That can be improved to 70% while fishing. And finally, Route 32. 60% while surfing. Fishing can boost that to 70%. New Bark Town here is king. So we'll go with that. New Bark Town in the water. Now for Tentacruel. Damn near all the same locations, plus probably a couple that Tentacruel's in and Tentacool isn't. If I recall correctly, in Emerald, there's only one place where you can get Tentacruel in the wild, and I think it's specifically the abandoned ship, and you might have to dive for it. I don't remember. Route 20. Tentacruel has a 10% surfing encounter rate. But through fishing, with the Super Rod, that can go up to 20%. Route 21. Tentacruel's 10% surfing. 20% while fishing. Same level, Route 20 wins the tiebreaker. Route 26. Tentacruel is 10% while surfing. But Route 26 has the better level range on that. How about the fishing encounter, which is better for percentage? It's 20%, but still level 40. Route 27. 10% while surfing. Fishing encounters boost that to 20% on the same level. Route 41. Tentacruel is 30% while surfing. Immediately, this is better. Fishing encounters don't make it any better, though. New Bark Town. 10% while surfing, 20% while fishing. Olivine City. 10% while surfing. In the port, 10% while surfing, and 20% while fishing. Pallet Town. 10% while surfing, 20% while fishing. Vermilion City. 10% while surfing, 20% while fishing. On the port, much of the same, 10% while surfing, 20% while fishing. Cinnabar Island. 10% while surfing, 20% while fishing. Route 12. 10% while surfing. Route 13. 10% while surfing. Route 19. 10% while surfing. Route 32. 10% while surfing. Route 34. 10% while surfing. Route 40. 10% while surfing. Cherry Grove City. 10% while surfing. Cianwood City. 10% while surfing. Whirl Islands. 1F. 10% while surfing. B2F. 10% while surfing. B2F Inner Cave, 30% while surfing. Which is actually later in the game than Route 41 is, but it has a better level range. Wait, does it? No. It has the same level range. Does it? Let me see. 20 to 24. 20 to 24. Yeah, okay. So Route 41 wins that. Union Cave. %, while surfing in B2F. So the winner here is Route 41 while surfing. Up next, the Geodude evolutionary line. You can catch Graveler, so we'll follow the usual logic for Geodude. Beverly is calling us. I think she has anything useful for us. I guess we'll see. Were you awake, keeping your Pokémon happy? Happened to see a wild Marill the other day, or so I thought. It was Psyduck. You can expect a call from me. Okay, yeah, I bet I can. Anyway. A day is about to pass in-game, by the way, after another half hour. Anyway, Geodude. Okay, there it is. I don't know how I missed that. 20% on Route 33. 30% on Route 45. Oh, Bowser won on the smack row there. Route 46. 50%. Mount Mortar. 5% on the 1F entrance. 30% 1F back. 20-20-30 on 2F. 5% B1F. Okay. Dark Cave. 60% on the Route 31 side. 30% on the Route 45 side. We got Union Cave, 30% on 1F. 30% on B1F. 5% on B2F. Mount Moon. 35%. Rock Tunnel. It's like 30-30-50 there. So the winner is Dark Cave. Now we go to Graveler. Route 45, 30-30-50. Victory Road, 30-30-50. Better level range in Route 45. Dark Cave, only on the Route 45 side, where it is 20%. Mount Mortar. Uh, 2F, it's 30%. That's it. Route 45, still better. How about Mount Silver Cave? 30% on 1F. 20% at the summit. Okay. Route 45 is the winner there. At any time of the day. And then there's Golem. Not rocket science what you gotta do for Golem. It needs a trait evolution. Alright, Ponyta is next, alongside Rapidash, which can also be caught in the wild. So, let's see here. Route 22, 550. Route 26, 20-20-0. Route 27, 550. Route 28, 30-30-0. Mount Silver, 30-30-0. Okay. You can actually catch it at level 40, which is its evolution level. On Route 28. That's very interesting. Not that it would be relevant to me, of course, because you can also catch Rapidash in the wild, but you know. It's a higher level Mount Silver, which means Route 28 wins. And it has to be morning or daytime. Alright, Rapidash. Route 28, it is 2020-0. So half the encounter table there outside at nighttime is Ponyta and Rapidash. And Mount Silver, it is 10-10-0. So that's also going to be Route 28. Alright, how about Slowpoke, as well as Slowbro and Slowking? Of course, we got Slowpoke Well, where Surfing has a 100% chance of encountering it on B1F. Hard to get better than that. How about in Tojo Falls? I don't see no triple-digit percentages there. That makes it pretty easy for us. It is Slowpoke Well B1F, same place we're getting Zubat. But how about Slowbro? Can only be found in the Slowpoke Well, whilst surfing. Needs to be on B2F, where you can find it at a 10% chance while surfing. As for Slowking, probably not a shock. You have to evolve Slowpoke for this one, because it is another trade with a King's Rock. He is indeed the slowest of kings. Alrighty. Let's move on to Magnemite and Magneton. Now this is an interesting one. We can actually get Magneton directly, as opposed to evolving Magnemite. But the only way to do so is an in-game trade for Dugtrio. Which I think I would probably be willing to take. Yeah, I'll do that. It's not like Dugtrio is hard to come by anyway. But let's go for Magnemite first. Let's take a look at Magnemite's locations. Especially now that we know that we don't have to catch it at a high level. Route 6. 20%. Route 11. 20%. Lower level on Route 6. Route 38. 20%. I believe Route 6 has the lower level. Yes, it does. Route 39. 20%. Route 6 once again has the lower level. It wins. And then yes, for Magneton, there's an in-game trade for Doug Trio. In the power plant. And that'll save us level grinding, so I'd say it's worth it. How about Farfetch'd? Looks like the only place we can get that is Route 43. 2020-0. Morning, daytime only. Alright. Doduo and Dodrio. Looks like we can catch Dodrio, so let's take a look at Doduo first. Route 22. 10-10-0. Route 26. 35-35-0. Route 27. 40-40-0. Route 28. 550. Mount Silver. Okay. I was just remembering regarding Abra. I guess that wouldn't really matter anyway, because I'd be using the Kadabra and then trade evolving that. Of, like, what level I would want. But yeah, it doesn't really matter, because Kadabra also exists. Okay. So, Doduo, Route 27, Grass. Morning, daytime. Now for Dodrio. There is an in-game trade for this, but there are other options as well. Like Route 27, where it's available for 550. Route 28, available for 550. Mount Silver, 550. Level 30. Level 43. Let me check Route 28 again. Yeah, okay. Route 27 it is. Same circumstances as the Doduo. Alright, up next, Seal and Dugong. Dugong cannot be caught in the wild in this game, so we're going to want the highest level Seal that we can get. There's only one place where we can get Seal, though. Whirl Islands. On 1F, It is levels 22 and 24. Seal, by the way, evolves at level 34. Detective tip number 34. B1F, you can get it at a higher level on average. Levels 23 and 25. B2F, that goes up to 24 and 26. B2F Inner Cave goes up to 25 and 27. So the deeper we go into Whirl Islands, the higher level seal we get, which is ideal. Because, yes, we need to evolve Dugong to obtain Gugong. Gugong, yeah, Gugong. Which is level 34. Up next, Grimer and Muck. We can catch Muck, so let's take a look at Grimer. Route 16, 50, 50, 80. Route 17. Let's see. 55, 20, 0? No, 55, 20, 95. Each of the times of day, it's at a different level range. 55, 20, 95 versus 30, 30, or sorry, 50, 50, 80. So, let's see here. Okay. Route 16 has a better average encounter rate than Route 17. How about Route 18? Looks like 50, 50, 95. That's even better. And then finally, Celadon City. You can find it while surfing at a 90% chance. Hard to beat that. I don't know what the fuck I just did. Okay. Okay, Muck. Pretty much all the same locations, it looks like. Let's see what the best spots are. It's 5% on Route 16. It's 5% on Route 17. Lower level on Route 16, though. Route 18. 555. Level 30. Same level as Route 16, so that wins. Celadon City. 10% while surfing. So, better. That wins. Up next, Shelder and Cloyster. Cloyster's a stone evolution, so we don't care about getting a high-level Shelder. Which, as it looks here, we can find in a ton of locations. Looks like Route 20. Shelder is best found with the Super Rod at a 30% chance. Route 21. Shelder is best found with a Super Rod at a 30% chance. Both are at level 40. So I would say what Route 21's out there. Route 26. Shelder is best found with the Super Rod at a 30% chance. Same level, so Route 20 wins. Route 27. Shelder is best found with the Super Rod, 30% chance, same level. Route 20 wins. Route 41. Shelder is best found with a Super Rod, 30% chance, level 40. Route 41 wins there because it's a Johto route. Olivine City. On the port, Shelder is found there, best, level 40, 30% chance. But that's earlier than Route 41, so Olivine City wins that one. Vermilion City. Shelder is best found at a 30% chance with the Super Rod at level 40. On the port, it is much of the same, but Olivine's earlier. Pallet Town. Shelder's best found with a 30% chance. The Super Rod at level 40. New Bark Town. Shelder is best found. 30% chance with the Super Rod. Let me see here. Let's check that again. Yeah, okay. So... New Bark Town wins that one. Cinnabar Island. And then Cinnabar Island's much of the same. So yeah, New Bark Town with the Super Rod. Up next, let's take a look at Cloyster. Like I said, Stone Evolution. And we gotta use it. It's a Water Stone. Alright, now let's talk about Ghastly. So, regarding Ghastly, my plan is that Ghastly is going to be my Mean Looker. It's going to be my roaming legendary support mon. The plan is to have a Ghastly that knows both Mean Look and Hypnosis. Ghastly knows Hypnosis, and also Lick. By default, it gets both of those at level 1. It gets Mean Look at level 13. It also gets Spite at level 8. So, if you encounter a Ghastly at level 13, it's going to have 4 moves, and one of those is Hypnosis, one of those is Mean Look. The moment it gets Curse, however, at level 16, I'm pretty sure Hypnosis gets overwritten. So, I'm pretty sure we specifically want to find a Ghastly at max level 15. Because I don't think Haunter or Gengar provide the same luxury. Unless we could find those at low enough levels as well. So let's take a look here. At all the places where we can find Ghastly. Like Route 31. We can find it at level 5. 005. Route 32. Kind of at level 7. 005. That's better. Route 36. 005, level 5. Bell Tower. 0080. But it's at level 20. It's not gonna work. Sprout Tower. Ghastly is 0085. Level range is 3 to 6. So I think Route 32 is actually the best because it has the highest level. Of course, we're going to want to bring that up to level 40. But let's check Haunter real quick. Haunter can only be found in Route 8 and Rock Tunnel. If we were to catch it directly. It can be found at level 17. Specifically 17. 0010. On Route 8. Rock Tunnel. It can be found at level 17 as well, 0010. Or level 15, 005 in B1F. And if I look at Haunter's Learn set in Gen 2, I'm pretty sure it should have at level 15, both Mean Look and Hypnosis. So we should be able to catch a Haunter at level 15, B1F of Rock Tunnel, and actually use that as our Mean Looker. So that's good. Then we'll catch a Ghastly separately. And let me redo the logic for that. Specifically targeting high encounter rates. Real Quill. I think it's Sprout Tower. Yeah. We'll want to get Ghastly in Sprout Tower 2F. Which is also low enough level that it would work as well. But it's low enough level to the point where it's actually suboptimal. Okay. And then for Gengar, unsurprisingly, just like the others, you gotta evolve it through trading. I mentioned before there is an in-game trade in yellow, where you trade a Cubone for a Machoke and then it immediately evolves into Machamp. Well, there's one just like that, where if you trade a Machoke for a Haunter, if you trade a Machoke in Cerulean City for a Haunter in the Japanese version of Pokemon Blue, you'll get a Gengar. Which is very funny because there's an infamous in-game trade in the Gen 4 games with, I believe, an NPC named Mindy, who gives you a Haunter just like that, but it's holding an Everstone, so it doesn't evolve. Hello, this is Todd. Sorry to call you so late. How do you raise your Pokemon? Just failed to beat Hoot Hoot by a tiny margin. Get the fuck out of my call list, my guy. Don't come back until you have an item for me. Anyway. Alright. Moving on. Onyx. And also Steelix. Onix can be found in Rock Tunnel B1F. 20% chance. Mount Silver Cave. 1F. 20% chance. 2F. It's not there. Summit, it's there. 30% chance. It's actually kind of funny that we might end up catching a Pokemon on Mount Silver Summit. Victory Road. 20. Union Cave. 5%. On B1F. Or 1F. B1F, 10%. B2F, 5%. Yeah, looks like Mount Silver Summit after all. Alright, and then we'll also take a look at Steelix, which requires you to evolve Onix. Jasmine can trade you one in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, but not in the original Gold, Silver, and Crystal. So you need to trade. The evolution needs a metal coat. Now for Drowsy. And Hypno. You can catch Hypno. Let's take a look at Drowsy first. (0030) for Drowsy on Route 6. (0030) on Route 11. And Route 6 has the better level. Route 34. 0030. Route 34 has the better level. Route 35. 0030. I think that's the same level? Yeah. So 34 wins the earlier tiebreaker. And yeah, it needs to be nighttime. And then there's Hypno. How about Hypno? We'll look at Route 11. The only place where you can get it. 5% chance, it's only at nighttime. Okay. Up next, Krabby and Kingler. You can catch Kingler, so let's look at Krabby first. Alright, Whirl Islands, 1F. It's 40, 40, 60. Can that be improved at all through fishing? Yes, slightly, with the good rod. B1F, it's also 40, 40, 60. B2F. Much of the same. Okay. How about Route 19? Route 19, it's actually even better. because Krabby, with a Super Rod, we found it a 60% chance. Let's take a look at Route 34. Also a 60% chance. Same level. But earlier in the game. Cherry Grove City. Even earlier in the game. Otherwise, same info, so that wins. Olivine City. There, and also at the port. Can't find it there, though. Cerulean City. Oh. Those don't show up in Crystal. Not that I would want to get anything there. Okay. Union Cave. Route 40. I could get Krabby here as a Rock Smash encounter with a 90% chance. But I don't know if I would want to do that. I don't know what the chance is in Gen... Okay, here we go. In Gen 2, Rock Smash Pokémon encounters happen 40% of the time. Which means that if I were to smash a rock on Route 40, there is overall a 36% chance that Krabby will come out. When we compare that to Krabby with the Super Rod, the 60% chance, it would seem that the Super Rod will only fish up a Pokémon half the time. Which means that every time you use the Super Rod, there's a 30% chance of getting Krabby. Which means... Rock Smashing on Route 40 barely beats it out. That's funny. Sea and Wood City. Looks like a lot of the same stuff here. Route 40 is earlier, so that wins. Dark Cave. Even earlier in the game with the same Rock Smash statistics, it looks like. Yes, sir. So that's our winner. Okay. Now, how about Kingler? As for Kingler, 10% chance with the Super Rod and Route 19. %10 chance with the Super Rod on Route 34. Same level. Route 34 wins because it's earlier. Route 40. Kingler is 10% there as well. Olivine City. Kingler 10% on the port. Can't find it at all. Whirl Islands. Kingler is 20% on 1F with the Super Rod. As well as 20% in B2F with the Super Rod. And in the Inner Cave as well. 1F's easier to access, so that's our winner. Sea and Wood City. Our inner winner, if you will. 10%. Cerulean City. Couldn't get it there anyway. Cherry Grove City. 10%. Union Cave. %. It is going to be 1F Whirl Islands with the Super Rod. Alright, Voltorb. We already have Electrode, so that won't be a concern of ours very much. It's all about Voltorb. Which we can get on Route 10, it looks like. The other options are an in-game trade or the static encounters. We can get Voltorb on Route 10 in the grass, 30% chance. Very nice. And yes, we already got Electrode. We got it in the Team Rockets HQ. Now for Execute. Looks like our only choice here is Headbutting Trees. So it's just a matter of which of the many areas throughout the game where you could get Execute through Headbutting Trees has the highest chance. Well, fortunately, on Route 26, it's in both tables, at a 20% chance on each of them. So that's a good start. Route 27. 20% and 20%. Okay. Route 26 wins, because it's earlier. Route 29. 20% and 20%. That wins because it's earlier. Route 30. 20% and 20%. And they're all at level 10. Route 31. 20% and 20%. Route 32. 20% and 20%. Yeah, Route 29 is going to be hard to beat in terms of the earliness. Route 34. 20% and 20%. Route 35. 20% and 20%. Route 36. 20% and 20%. Route Route 37. 20% and 20%. Route 38. 20% and 20%. Route 39. 20%, and you guessed it, 20%. Route 43. 20% and 20%. And finally, Lake of Rage. 20%, and bitch, you guessed it! 20%. He was right. Okay. So we'll get it on Route 29 by headbutting trees. As for Executor, that is a stone evolution. And we have to do exactly that. Leaf Stone. Now let's talk about Cubone and Marowak, two potential false swiper candidates. I'm not really going to concern myself with that, though. Can we catch Marowak? Yes, we can. Okay. As for Cubone, the options are Rock Tunnel or the Game Corner. Fuck the Game Corner. Let's see how we get it on Rock Tunnel. Looks like a 30-30-0 situation on 1F, and a 30-30-0 situation on B1F. Very nice type stuff. We'll get it on 1F. Has to be morning, daytime, yeah, okay. Marowak. I think I saw more of a variety in this one. Yeah, okay. Okay. Marowak is 550 and Route 9. Route 9? Yeah, Route 9. Route 10? 550 there. Higher level on Route 9, it looks like. Yeah, okay. So Route 10 wins. Rock Tunnel. 1F. 550 at level 12. Compared to the level 15. That is better. And then level 15, 550, B1F. So 1F as well. Alright. And now for the Hitmons. I believe you have to evolve a Tyrogue to get all of the Hitmons in Crystal. Is that right? Yes, it is. Okay. Oops. Which is, of course, going to be especially annoying for Hitmontop. Hitmontop! Hitmontop! And we got that, the Tyrogue from Kyo and Mount Mortor. Because the odd egg hatched into something else. Okay. Moving on to Lickitung. Which looks like it can only be found in Route 44. .40-40-0 in the grass. let's take a look at coughing and wheezing. I was doing a bit of that earlier today because I kept saliva kept going down the wrong pipe. Okay. It looks like both coughing and wheezing can be found specifically in the burned tower. (1F) coughing is 30%. (B1F) it is 59%. Wheezing is only B1F, and it's a 1%. He is simply a 1%er. Sag. I think that's the first 1% encounter that I would need to get, by the way. Unless you count Dunsparce, which we already have. Alright. Rhyhorn! And also Rhydon. We fortunately can catch Rhydon. It's got a pretty high evolution level, so that's definitely one that we want to be able to catch. Rhyhorn is in Victory Road. Rhydon is also in Victory Road, and only Victory Road. Rhyhorn is 30-30-0, Rhydon is 5-5-0. Now for Chansey. And also Blissey. Alright, Route 13. 1%. Route 14. 1%. And Route 15, 1%, baby. I'll go with the Route 13 one. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. That is the way of the Chansey. Hey, listen, at least I didn't have to get the one in Safari Zone in yellow. That said, there was that really funny clip of me getting the Chansey right as I was talking about how I didn't need it. But that was me encountering it. That wasn't me catching it. Which is a whole different story in the fucking Safari Zone. God. Anyway, Blissey needs to be evolved, which is done through friendship. Which, of course, means, ideally, we would also want to catch Chansey with a friend ball. But it's a 1% encounter, so if I fail to catch it with a friend ball, whatever, man. Okay. Tangela. I'm putting the information for the Pokemon with under 5% chance in bold and italic, so I know to buckle the fuck up whenever I'm going after them. Alright, Route 21, Tangela is 50-50-60. It's a lot better than the previous ones. 30%, on Route 28. Route 44, 30%. And Mount Silver, 30%. So definitely looking the best on Route 21. In Les Grasses. Alright, talk to me about Kangaskhan. Looks like it's only Rock Tunnel. And only in B1F, where it is rocking a 550. Alright, Horsey, and also Seadra, and Kingdra. We can catch Seadra, so let's start with Horsey. Looks like it's only in Whirl Islands. Let's take a look. Horsey is 30% while surfing on 1F. It's also 30% with the Super Rod on 1F. B2F, it's 90% while surfing. Hard to get better than that. 60% while surfing in the inner cave. Yeah, okay. Definitely seems like we want to go B2F and surf. And now for Seadra. Also Whirl Islands only. Uh, 1F can be found with a Super Rod at a 10% chance. B2F, also 10%. Inner Cave, you can surf for a 10% chance. So the question is, do I prefer surfing for a 10% chance, but having to go a little deeper for it? Or just the Super Rod with a 10%? I don't know. I feel like I prefer the surfing, so we're gonna do that. Alrighty, moving on. We got Goldeen and Seeking. We got a call, and we can catch Seeking. So, this is Todd. The one we've all been waiting for. Goldenrod Department Store's bargain sale is on now. Okay. That I forgot that is one of the things that he does, is he does remind you about the bargain sale. I should check that once I'm done with the spreadsheet. There'll be a couple things I do before I end things, because unfortunately I probably will be ending things once I finish planning. Because I've already been streaming for a really long time, but there are a couple things that we can do. In any case, Goldeen, let's do that first. Okay. Goldeen while surfing in Route 4, 90% chance. Dark Cave. fishing, it's best with super rod, 70% chance. Union Cave. 70% is best for fishing on 1F. B1F, same deal. And B2F, you can't find it at all. Okay. Slowpoke Well. 70% surfing on B1F, B2F. Same deal. Fishing. Route 9. 90% while surfing. Fishing encounters don't make it any better. But Route 4 has the better level range, so that wins. Route 10. 90% while surfing, but worse level range. And the fishing encounters don't make it any better. Route 24. 90% while surfing. Fishing encounters don't make it any better. And it's got the same level range, it looks like. Route 4 is earlier, though. Route 25. 90% while surfing. Same level range, but later. Route 42. 90% while surfing. Fishing encounters don't make it any better. But it's earlier, because it's a Johto route. So that wins. Mount Mortar. 90% while surfing in the 1F entrance. Or, sorry, 60% while surfing. It's 90% gold, silver. But the fishing encounters make that up to 70%. In the back of 1F, there's nothing for us in terms of Goldeen. 60% while surfing in 2F, 70% if you fish. Looks like the same deal in B1F. Tojo Falls, 60% while surfing, goes up to 70% while fishing. Mount Silver Cave. 10% while surfing, 70% while fishing. Specifically on 2F. And then Cerulean City, where I don't even think we can get it. Yeah. Not that we would want to, because Route 42 is the best choice. How about Seeking? Okay. Route 4, 10% chance while surfing. Cerulean City. A theoretical 10% chance while surfing. I prefer Route 4 anyway. Dark Cave. 10% chance while fishing. Like I said, I prefer surfing. Union Cave. 10% chance while fishing. 10% chance while fishing. Okay. Slowpoke Well. 10% chance while fishing. 10% chance while fishing. Route 9. 10% chance while surfing. And fishing. Route 4 has the better level range, though. Route 10. 10% chance while surfing or fishing, but worse level range. Route 24. 10% chance while surfing or fishing. Worst level range. Wait. Same level range. But Route 4 is earlier. Route 25. 10% chance while surfing or fishing. Same level range, but later. Route 42. 10% chance while surfing or fishing. And earlier. That wins. Mount Mortar. On 1F, we have 10% chance while surfing and fishing. 2F, we have a 10% chance while surfing or fishing. B1F, 10% chance while surfing or fishing. Route 42 is where you go to enter Mount Mortar, meaning Route 42 is earlier. Tojo Falls, 10% chance while surfing or fishing. And later. So, no thanks. Wait, actually, hold on. That's a worse level range, Route 42, than Route 9 and Route 4, I think. Yeah, okay. How about Mount Silver Cave? %60 chance while surfing on 2F. Hard to beat that. That's become the best spot for 2 Pokemon now. I think the other one's Golduck. Yeah. Alright, Staryu and Starmie. Route 19. Staryu can be fished for with a 0010 with the good rod, 0030 with the super rod. Route 34. 0010 with the good rod, 0030 with the super rod. Same levels, probably. Yep. So Route 34 wins that. Route 40. 0010 with the good rod, 0030 with the super rod. Same levels, but later. Olivine City. 0010, 0030 on the port. Not there. Cianwood City. 0010, 0030. Cherry Grove. City, 0010, 0030. Union Cave. B2F 0010 0030, which is actually earlier than Route 34. Is it the same levels? I think it is. Yeah. We'll get that one there. So I guess we will end up exploring Union Cave regardless. If we haven't already explored all the other floors of Union Cave. I think we have, I'm just not sure. Now that I look at the layout for it, it does look very familiar. Starmie! A stone evolution, so probably needs to be evolved that way. Indeed it does. Needs a water stone. Mr. Mime! Looks like it's just Route 21. Yes, sir, it's a 10-10-0. In the grass. Alright, how about Scyther and Scizor? Scyther can only be found during the bug catching contest. And Scizor is just something you have to evolve. Alright, now for Jinx, as well as Smoochum. Now, Smoochum did not hatch from the odd egg, which means that in order to get Smoochum, we need to breed Jinx. And Jinx itself can be found in Ice Path specifically. What floor is best? 1F, I see 5-10-5. B1F, I see... hold on. Actually, that's gold and silver. B1F, it's 1-1-0, it looks like. B2F, it is 5-5-0. B3F, it's 10-10-0. So, B3F is definitely the play there. Morning or daytime. And we will have to breed Jinx. Or Smoochum. Damn, breeding Jinx, that's crazy. Okay, so, up next is Electabuzz, and Elekid actually was what hatched from the odd egg. So, that's been taken care of. As for Electabuzz itself, it can be found in Route 10. Specifically Route 10. Looking here, I see 5-5-5. So, any time of day works. And it's in the grass. And yes, Elekid. We got hatched from the odd egg. And then there is Magmar. Oops. Specifically Mount Silver Cave, where this can be found. One F, it is 10-10-0. That's it. Then we got Pinsir. Pinsir can only be found during the bug catching contest. Which, as a reminder, I haven't said it already, only happens on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Tauros! Route 38 and 39. It's a 550 on Route 38. And looks like a 550 on 39 as well. It is lower level on Route 38, so we'll go there. 38. Alright, and now for the one with perhaps the most amount of locations, if I had to guess. It's Magikarp. Oh me, oh my, look at all these locations. At least we don't have to figure out the ones for Gyarados, though, because we've already caught the shiny one in the Lake of Rage. I'm gonna destroy my RAM opening all these tabs. It's the real reason it costs so much. Available in damn near every location in the game. This fucker. Let's start with Route 19, where Magikarp is 85% with the old rod at level 10. Same thing with Route 20. Same thing with Route 21. Probably going to be identical for almost every single one of these. Same with Route 26. Same with Route 27. Same with New Barktown, which means that is now optimal. Same with Pallet Town. Same with Cherry Grove City. Same with Cianwood City. Same with Vermilion City and its port. Same with Cinnabar Island. Same with all floors and sections of Whirl Islands. Same with Route 6. Same with Route 9. Same with Route 10. Same with Route 12. Same with Route 85, Route 13. Still an 85% chance. Same with Route 22. Same with Route 85. I said it again. It was Route 24, I think. I was just looking at it. Route 25. Same there. Status of Route 28 is the same. How about Route 30? Indeed the same. Route 31. Very much the same. Route 32. The very same. Route 34. The very same. Route 35. The very same. Route 40. The very same. Route 41. The very same. Route 42. The very same. Route 44. The very same. Violet City. The very same. Ecruteak City. The very same. Olivine City. The very same. Alongside its port. Cerulean City. Theoretically, the very same. Viridian City. The very same. Ruins of Alf. On the outside. The very same. Union Cave. The very same on all of its floors. Ilex Forest. The very same. Slowpoke Well. The very same on both of its floors. Mount Mortar. The very same. Tojo Falls. The very same. Mount Silver. The very same. Mount Silver Cave. Very same on 2F. The only place where you can fish. Route 43. It's better. Surfing on Route 43 gives you a 100% chance of encountering Magikarp. Same with Route 45. Except the level range is actually better on Route 45. So we'll go with that. Dark Cave. An even better level range. With the 100% chance. Lake of Rage. %90% while surfing, 100% chance fishing with the old rod. Which, if I recall correctly, with the fishing mechanics I was looking at before, the old rod is a guaranteed pull. So I would say, old rod, with 100% chance, even better than surfing. How about Blackthorn City? Surfing is 100%. Dragon's Den. Fishing is 100%. level 10, Lake of Rages earlier. And Fuchsia City. Guaranteed, but later in the game. And same level. So the answer is, we will get Magikarp in the Lake of Rage using the Old Rod. Gyarados, we already caught in the Lake of Rage. It's a shiny. Because it's the red Gyarados. So that is taken care of. Up next after that is Lapras. Which is specifically in Union Cave every Friday. Then there is Ditto. It's on routes 34 and 35. 5% on Route 34. 4% on Route 35. So Route 34 is better. Alright, then we got Eevee. You get this Eevee from Bill in Goldenrod City, it looks like. Do I not already have the Eevee? Interesting, okay. Because I should be able to just go to his house in Goldenrod City and get an Eevee. At which point we can then breed for as many Eevee as we need in order to get all of the Eeveelutions. Which I'm pretty sure have no way of them being caught. Vaporeon needs a Water Stone. Jolteon needs a Thunderstone. Flareon needs a Firestone. Espeon needs Friendship during the day. I would assume it works morning and daytime? I'm not sure, actually. Might be something worth checking. I don't know, actually, if it works in the morning as well as the daytime. Okay, it looks like morning also works for Espeon. Okay. Keep that in mind. And Umbreon needs friendship at night. Now then, there is Porygon, which has to be obtained through the Game Corner. The Celadon Game Corner, to be specific. And this is one of those times where I thank God I am playing Crystal and not Gold and Silver. Because in Gold and Silver, Porygon is 9,999 coins. In Crystal, it's 5,555 coins. A lot better. And then, of course, there's also Porygon 2, which must be evolved through trading while it holds an upgrade. Next we have Almanite and Omastar, which cannot be obtained in Gold, Silver, and Crystal. Thus, they must be transferred. I believe it's much of the same for Kabuto and Kabutops. Yes. Then there's Aerodactyl, which there is an in-game trade for on Route 14. And that is the only way to get it. Then there's Snorlax, which we've already caught. That one was in Vermilion City. Then there is the legendary birds from Kanto. And none of them are available in Gold, Silver, and Crystal. So those will be transferred as well. Then we have Dratini, Dragonair, and Dragonite. Dragonite cannot be caught in Gold, Silver, and Crystal, but Dragonair can. We'll take a look at Dratini first. What's this about the Masters quiz? I think it ended up... I ended up not getting it because my party was full. That's probably what happened. I'll have to investigate at some point. But that would be a Giftmon, and it would apparently potentially have extreme speed, although I think I answered one of the questions wrong, so it might not. That's okay, though. Then there's a Dragonair, and because we need to evolve this into Dragonite, the higher level is heavily preferred here. This is the highest level evolution in the game, so... okay, let's see here. Route 45. Dragonair is level 10. Dragon's Den. Dragonair is level 10. Oh boy, okay. This is what we're saving our rare candies for. The gift Dratini you get is higher leveled than any of the Dragonair that you can get here. So honestly, I don't know if I see the point in catching a Dragonair here. I think we're just gonna level up the one that we have. Alright, then there's Mewtwo, which is not in Gold, Silver, and Crystal. We'll transfer that from Yellow. Same goes for Mew, because I've got all the legally transferable ones. And that is it for the Gen 1 Pokemon planning in this game. Now on to Gen 2, which shouldn't take as much time. I swear. For a number of reasons. Reason number 1, I used a number of these on my team. Namely, the very first evolutionary line in Gen 2, the Chikorita line. Alright, I added a custom autocorrect in, I added a custom autocorrect in this spreadsheet that automatically adds the accent over the E when you type in Pokemon. Okay, but then we have to consider, of course, that because we chose Chikorita, there is no way for us to get access to the Cyndaquil and Totodile evolutionary lines. I haven't worked out all the details yet, but I should be able to get these through the old reliable arbitrary code execution. So, that's what we're planning on doing. Then there's Sentret, which we've already caught. What is the Met location of our Sentret? The hell? Does it not say? Am I blind? There's no Met location here. That's so weird. You think there would be, considering, you know, Met location actually has a function in this game where you gain more friendship by training it there. Huh. Okay. I don't remember for sure where I caught my Sentret. But I'm pretty sure it was Route 29, because I don't see it being anywhere else. So. As for Furret, we have just a couple options for that. Let's see here, on Route 1, Furret is 550, and Route 43, it is 15150. Alright, up next, Hoot Hoot and Noctowl. Oh boy, can you get Hoot Hoot in a lot of locations. Alright, let's see what the best ones are. Route 1. Hoot Hoot is 0045. Route 2. Zero 0050. Route 5. 0030. Route 25. Zero 0030. Route 29. 0055. Route 30. 0045. Zero 0010 on Route 31. Route 32, it's 005. Getting very tired. 0020 on Route 34. Oh, what's going on the Smackro over here? Oh! Fox got up smashed. 0030, Route 35. Speaking of, you guys seen the fucking Star Fox trailer for Switch 2? It looks pretty bad. I don't know what they were thinking. Because they had a perfectly good model for Fox from the movie. He actually looked okay in the movie. And then they made him look fucking awful in the game. And of course, it's just Star Fox 64 again. They're just clowning, man. Alright, Route 37. 0020. Ilex Forest. 005. I honestly thought it would be more common in the Ilex Forest. I don't know why. National Park. 0040. It's actually 00100 if you're playing Gold and Silver here. How about that? Route 26. This is just headbutting trees, I think. Yeah. 65 or 50, depending on which tree you headbutt, but we have options that don't require headbutting, so we're going to discount that. If we can encounter something normally, I am almost always going to take that over encountering something in a weird way. So keep that in mind. I think most of the remaining locations I have to check for this in terms of percentages and rates and methods are headbutt tree only. Yeah, seems like it. One more. Lake of Rage. Yeah, it's just headbutting trees. So, we will catch it in Route 29. And it has to be at nighttime. Okay. Noctowl. Quite a few places for this as well. So let's see here. Noctowl, Noctowl, Noctowl. 0015 on Route 2. Route 5. 0020. Route 8. 0030. Route 11. 0010. Route 13. 0020. Route 14. 0020. Route 15. 0020. Route 25. Probably back out of this in case anybody else calls me. Haha! There you go. I'm sure this is going to be just as exciting as the other calls. His stick has this really delicious aroma. That aroma gets my appetite going. I'm pretty sure the Farfetch'd is going to try and kill you if you eat its stick, by the way. I ran into a wild Quagsire. Okay, man. You know, I put these guys on my phone number list so they could give me items. And they're not giving me shit. Anyway. 0015. This Noctowl. Route 26. 0050. On Route 26. Route 27. 0040. Route 37. 005. Route 38. 0010. Route 39. 0010. Route 43. 0030. Ilex Forest. I think you can only get it through headbutting trees. Yeah, and that's definitely not something we want to do because it's not even in every table. So Route 26 is the winner here. Grass, nighttime. Alright, up next. Ladybug and Ladian. A shit ton of locations once again. Although I think most of them are headbutt trees. Alright, Ladybug on Route 2. Uh, 3000. It's morning only, huh? Yeah. Route 30. 3000. Both are at level 3. But Route 30 is earlier, so that wins. Route 31. $30,000. At a higher level, though. Route 36. $30,000. At a higher level. Route 37. $30,000 at a higher level. National Park. $20,000. Route 29. This is just through headbutting trees. It's not even available on every table. Route 34. Just through headbutting trees. Not even available on every table. Route 35. Just through headbutting trees. Not even available on every table. Route 38. Just through headbutting trees. Not even available on every table. And finally, Route 39. Just available through headbutting trees. Not available through every table. Route 30 is the winner here. Morning only. Then there's Ledian. Route 2 and Route 37, specifically. On Route 2, we got 500. And on Route 37, we got 500. 15v7 here. I would say because of that, Route 2 is the winner. Then we have Spinarak and Ariados. We use that on our team. Shout out to Ariados. I don't remember where I caught it. But I'm sure it was in one of the routes. That early on. We evolved it. Level 22. There you go. Crobat we already did. Chinchou and Lantern. More Pokemon that we used on our team. I believe we caught this one specifically in Olivine City's harbor. Through the use of the Good Rod. had it evolve at level 27. Yep. Pichu and Cleffa we already accounted for. Igglybuff I forgot to account for, because I'm an idiot. That's okay. This one's easy to account for because it didn't hatch from the odd egg, meaning we have to breed Jigglypuff. Okay. Togepi and Togetic. This is a friendship evolution. So we'll look at Togepi first. I think we actually do have a Togepi. It's from the egg. Yeah. Alright. And then, yeah, Togetic, specifically need to evolve it with Friendship. Friend Ball not available, since we can't catch the Togepi. We just hatch it. Gotta hatch them all, hatch him on. Natu and Xatu we did not use on our team, but I did use it on my Soul Silver team. Looks like Natu is only available in the Ruins of Alph. How about Xatu? There is an in-game trade for Xatu, which looks like it's going to require us to catch an extra Haunter to do so. I would say that's worth it. Natu is a 90% encounter chance on the exterior of Ruins of Alph, by the way, so definitely worth it. Whoever that is in Pewter City is going to get to have a Gengar, because I'm going to not have mine hold an Everstone. The Mareep evolutionary line I used on my Soul Silver team, and it is not available in Crystal. We're gonna have to ace that up. Then there's Bellossom, which I also forgot about. That's okay. Just need to evolve it using a Sunstone. Then there's Meryl, which we have already caught, as you can see. I actually don't know how I caught it. I'm pretty sure it's some method that I did, and I actually don't know. Something Mount Mortar related, most likely. Maybe it was Route 42, I don't know. How about a Azumarill? You have to specifically evolve Meryl for this one. And you do that by raising it to level 18. Then there's the Sudowoodo, which we already caught. There's only one of them. It's on Route 36. There's something else I need to do in in my spreadsheet, so I'm taking care of that. For the sake of consistency. Okay. Alright. Politoed we already took care of. Hoppip, as well as Skiploom and Jumpluff. Jumpluff cannot be caught, but Skiploom can. So let's consider Hoppip first. Route 11. Hoppip is 35350. Route 13. Hoppip is 19190. Thank you, Chansey. Route 14. Hoppip is 10100. Route 15. Hoppip is 19190. Thank you once again, Chansey. Route 29. Hoppip is 550. Route 30. Hoppip is 550. Route 31. Hoppip is 550. Route 32. Hoppip is 15150. Route 33. Hoppip is 15150. Route 11, definitely the best. Then there's Skiploom, which we definitely do want to get at the highest possible level. To level evolve into Jumpluff. But it's the illusion of free choice, because Skiploom can only be caught in one location. In Route 14, where it is fortunately at a high enough level that a single level up will actually evolve it into Jumpluff. So, not an issue. Apom. I was gonna say, I think this one you have to headbutt the trees. This one is fortunately available in both encounter tables on Route 33. We're looking at 20% and 20%. On Route 42. It is 20% and 20%. Same levels, it looks like. Yep. So Route 33 wins the early tiebreaker. Headbutting trees, 20% and 20% for Route 44 as well. And then there's Azalea Town, which has some trees we can headbutt. 20% and 20% there as well. Route 33 is just before Azalea Town, so it wins. We headbutt trees there. Alright, Sunkern and Sunflora. $0.30 in Route 29. 024. And in the National Park, 020. So Route 24 is better. We get it there. Sunfloor is a stone evolution. And that's how we gotta do it. Then there's Yanma. Only in Route 35. And at a 1% encounter rate. Oh, joy. Yanma swarms can happen, of course. At which point, it increases from a 1% chance to a 30% chance. But otherwise, yeah, that's gonna be a little tough. It is at least available at all times of the day. But yeah, that's a little rough. Wooper. Route 32, 0030. I wonder if the mic picked up those back cracks. Yeah, 0030 on Route 32. Runes of Alph. .005 in the grass, 60% while surfing. That's even better. Union Cave. 0020 in the cave, 60% while surfing. What's better, Ruins of Alph or Union Cave? I would say Ruins of Alph is better. And then we have Quagsire. Alright, Route 13. 0039. Everybody say thank you, Chansey. Surfing 30%, by the way. Route 14. 0039. Thank you, Chansey. Route 15. 0039. You know who to thank. Route 26. 0010 in the grass. Route 27. 0040. How about that? Still not as good as the 30% surfing, though. That is the stat to beat right now. It's a great night for fishing. We should get a battle going. My brother in Christ, you're supposed to give me an item. Anyway. Uh, 40% surfing for the Ruins of Alph to get Quagsire. That's pretty damn good. Also 40% in Union Cave, but with the same level range. Ruins of Alph wins. Then we got Route 12. 30% surfing there. And Route 32. 30% surfing there as well. So, Ruins of Alph it is. Just like Wooper. We already accounted for Espeon and Umbreon. So now we move on to Murkrow. only at route 7 and 16. Route 7, which of course both of those are Kanto routes, by the way. Brand new Dark type added to Gen 2. We'll make it exclusive to Kanto, the post-game. Same fucking thing they did with Houndour, by the way. Anyway. Murkrow 0030 on Route 7. Route 16, 0015. So it's better than Route 7. So we will go there. Up next, Misdreavus. So we already did Slowking. Misdreavus is specifically Mount Silver Cave, another post-game location. On 2F it's 005. And in Chambers it's 0030. What's the other Mon I'm getting in the Chambers? Golbat, I think. Okay, yeah. Then there is Unown, whose population we're going to slaughter for the purpose of stat experience. That's in the Ruins of Alph. And only the Ruins of Alph. Wobbuffet. Can be found in Dark Cave. Specifically on the Route 45 side, 0015. Then we got Girafarig. Which cannot be found in Crystal. We're gonna have to ace that up. Then there's Pineco, a Headbutt Trees exclusive Mon. And boy, are there a lot of trees you can find it in. Question, of course, is can I find Fortress separately? The answer is no. So we want to get the ones with the highest level here. So Pineco on Route 26 can only be found on the low chance encounter table at 30%. Route 27 also only the low encounter table. Route 29, just the low encounter table, 30%. That wins because it's earlier. Same level though. Route 30. Low encounter table, 30%, level 10. Route 31. Low encounter table only, level 10, 30%. Route 32. Low encounter table only, level 10, 30%. Route 34. Low encounter table only, level 10, 30%. Route 35. Low encounter table only, level 10, 30%. Route 36. Low Low encounter table only, level 10, 30%. Route 37. Low encounter table only, level 10, 30%. Route 38. Low encounter table only, level 10, 30%. Route 39. Low encounter table only, level 10, 30%. Route 43. Low encounter table only, level 10, 30%. It's in a lot of areas, and it's pretty much the same everywhere. Lake of Rage. Low encounter table only, level 10, 30%. And Ilex Forest. High encounter table only. Level 10, 30%. That is preferable. Ilex Forest it is. And it evolves into Fortress at level 31. Alright, Dunsparce. I've already caught one of those. It is indeed Dark Cave, Violet City side, aka 31 side. Gligar. We're getting there, we're getting there. Route 45 only. We encounter quite a few of these while level grinding. It's a 20% chance in the grass. Snubbull and Granbull, because we already dealt with Steelix. We can catch Granbull in this game, so it's just Snubbull we're looking at. We're looking at routes 5 and 6, and 7 and 8, 34 and 35. Alright, route 5. Snubbull is 30-30-0. Route 6. Snubbull is 30-30-0. 13-13. Okay. Route 7. Snubbull is 20-20-0. Route 8. Snubbull is 30-30-0, but that looks to be a higher level, yep. Route 34. 30-30-0, but at a lower level, it looks like. Yes, sir. And Route 35. 30-30-0, level 12. That's a higher level, so Route 34 wins. And then there is Granbull. Only in Route 6, in morning and daytime. It's a 5-5-0. Alright, up next. Quillfish. Route 12, Super Odd 10%. Route 13. Super Odd 10%, same level. Route 32. Super Odd 10%. Route 32 wins this one. Alright, Shuckle. Do I have a Shuckle? don't. Okay. Because, yeah, you can get one in Sea and Wood City. I never went ahead and actually got one. So we could receive it from him, but I would kind of feel bad to do so. Because it's supposed to be like, you borrow it. So I would actually prefer not to do that. There are other ways of doing it, though. There are some Rock Smash encounters we can get it in. It's 10% in Route 40. It is 10% in Sea and Wood City. And it is 10% in Dark Cave. I would say Dark Cave is the way to go. Alright, up next. Heracross. You guys know Mega Heracross has the second highest base attack stat in the entire series, only behind Mega Mewtwo X? Crazy, isn't it? It's another Headbutt Trees exclusive mon. Azalea Town can only be found in the low encounter table. Level 10, 30%. Route 33. Oh, high encounter table for Route 33 here. Level 10, 30%. That's better. Route 42. Low encounter table only, level 10, 30%. Route 44. Low encounter table only. So, Route 33 is the way to go here. Up next, Sneasel. Looks like it's Ice Path only. More specifically, in B1F, it's 001. In B2F, it's 0005. And in B3F, it's 0010. So, just like Jinx. Except at the nighttime instead of morning or daytime. Teddy Ursa. I used Ursaring on my Soul Silver team. How about Ursaring? We can catch Ursaring as well. Let's take a look at Teddy Ursa. Looks like it's Dark Cave only. In the morning. It looks like regardless of what side you choose, it will be 500, but it's lower level on the Route 31 side, so that's what we want. Ursaring. We got Dark Cave and Mount Silver Cave for where it can be found. Dark Cave on the Route 45 side, it is 10-15-0. Mount Silver Cave, we got 30-30-0 on 1F, 20-20-0 on 2F, 10-10-0 at the summit. just not there in Chambers and Crystal. So 1F is where it's at. 2 turntables and a microphone. Up next, Slugma and Macargo. Route 16, 17, and 18, another Gen 2 Mon exclusive to Kanto, aka the postgame. Route 16 is 050. Route 17, 0350. I guess I should also check if I can catch Macargo. I cannot. So we want to prioritize high level here. You can find it at level 29 in Route 16, level 29 or 32 in Route 17, and Route 18, level 29 exclusively. So Route 17 is the way to go, both in level and in encounter rate. Always love when that's the case. When both are optimal at the same time. This is daytime only. And it evolves at level 38. Which is a damn shame that it evolves so late. Because, of course, by the time it evolves, it's already, you know, been outmatched by other Mons that you could have at that point. And a lot of difficulty ROM hacks where the levels of, like, boss trainers and the Elite Four and stuff go as high as, like, level 100. Thus, you know, by the time you're challenging, like, Gym 3 and 4, you're already at relatively high levels and are approaching the point where Slugma would evolve into Macargo and Vanilla. Even in ROM hacks like those, they still get Slugma to evolve earlier than it does in Vanilla. Even with that steep of a level curve, it doesn't evolve early enough. Okay. Moving on. Swinub and Pillow Swine. We cannot catch Pillow Swine, so we want to get a high-level Swinub if possible. It's only available in one location, though. Okay. Swinub. Ice Path. 40-40-0. But it's level 21 and 23 on 1F. Level 22-24 on B1F. 23-25 on B2F. 24-26 on B3F. So, that simplifies it for us. Evolves into Pillow Swine at level 33. Okay. Corsola. So we've got quite a few locations for Corsola. And a lot of my team that I used was late in the decks, huh? Anyway. Okay, so Corsola. Route 19. 10-10-0 with the Good Rod, 30-30-0 with the Super Rod. Route 34. 10-10-0 with the Good Rod, 30-30-0 with the Super Rod. Super Rod, of course, is better because higher encounter rate, both at level 40. Route 34 wins the tiebreaker because of early game. 30-30-0 with the Super Rod and Route 40. 30-30-0 with the Super Rod and level 40 for Olivine City. 30-30-0 level 40 with the Super Rod and Cianwood City. 30-30-0 level 40 with the Super Rod in Cerulean City, theoretically. 30-30-0 level 40 with the Super Rod in Cherry Grove City. That, I believe, is earlier, yes. Union Cave. We see... 30-30-0 level 40 with the Super Rod in Union Cave. So Cherry Grove City is the location of choice for Corsola. With the Super Rod. Alright. Now for Remoraid, which is not in Crystal. So we're gonna have to ace that up. Same, of course, goes with Octillery. Alright, Delibird. Ice Path. Let's see here. We got 0040 on 1F, 0040 on B1F, 0040 on B2F, and 0040 on B3F. We're just gonna go with 1F. Nice voice crack. I need to go to bed. It's okay. The end is in sight. Mantine. Looks like it's just Route 41. And we get it through surfing. Skarmory, we used on our team. It's Route 45. Morning, daytime. Houndour and Houndoom, of course we used those on our team as well. Kingdra, I forgot to account for this as well. I'm an idiot. It's okay. It's just evolution, trade with Dragon Scale. Then there's Fanpea and Donphan. I think we can catch Donphan, right? Yeah, okay. So Fanpea, Route 45 and 46 in the morn. 500 in Route 45. And 500 in Route 46, okay. But it is way lower level in Route 46. So we'll go with that. Then we got Donphan. Just Route 45. It looks like it's 10-15-0, so it can be morning or daytime. Yes, sir. Already accounted for Porygon 2, so we go to Stantler. I actually wasn't sure if you could get Stantler in Crystal. You can. It's in Route 37 specifically. 0040. Probably gonna have to proofread this spreadsheet when I get the chance, because I'm sure I'm forgetting a couple things, given how little sleep I'm on right now. Okay, Smeargle. Ruins of Alf. In the grass. Morning and daytime. And there's a bunch of ones we already accounted for. Tyrogue, Hitmontop, Smoochum, Elekid. Now we go to Magby, which my dumbass didn't already account for. That's okay, we just breed. Miltank, we of course used on our team. Got that motherfucker on Route 38, if I recall correctly. And now it's the Roamers. Because we already accounted for Blissey. Roaming Johto. God help me. And then there's Suicune, we've already caught. In the Tin Tower. Then we got the Larvitar evolutionary line. We, of course, cannot catch Tyranitar. Can we catch Pupitar? Yes, we can. So for Larvitar, we follow simple logic. We could get it at the Celadon Game Corner. We're not doing that. One F, it's 550. 2F, it's also 550. Same levels as well. Summit, it is 990. That's better. Chambers, it's 5% across the board. Which... oh, wait, no, that's just gold and silver. Okay. The Summit it is, then. I went during just morning and daytime. And it looks like Pupitar can also be found Mount Silver Cave. At just the summit at only 1%. And also only at level 20. Again, this is what we saved our rare candies for. So, honestly, assuming it's a, you know, a uniform distribution, and it's going to be 50-50 for, actually, we could repel Manip to make sure the Larvitar that we get is level 20. And then there's frankly no point in catching a Pupitar, because that wouldn't save any time for evolving into Tyranitar. I don't know. I'm just gonna list it down anyway. And then, yeah. Tyranitar, we, have to do the evolution method all the way up to level 55, just like Dragonite. Lugia, we go to Whirl Islands with the Silver Wing. Ho-Oh, we go to Tin Tower with the Rainbow Wing. And then finally, Celebi, who we already have, with the Ilex Forest, courtesy of the GS Ball. And that's that. That is the optimal location documented for every Pokemon Gens 1 and 2 in Pokemon Crystal. That took a really long time. I've been live for over 8 hours. But you know what? I'd say it was worth it. I'm also very glad that I decided to tap out and from the BRB, because that would have been the world's longest BRB. So yes, I have the optimal completion plan written down. I think we'll just do a couple of things here and there. I don't even remember who called me for a battle, and frankly, I don't care. Because I didn't call them for battle. I didn't put them on my number list for battles anyway. That said, it is a new day now. Which means, should be able to go back to the trainer house and do another trainer battle. Might as well, right? Cal's gonna be my opponent today. No way. Ooh. Doing damage calc stuff right now. Okay. I was just curious about something. Sorry, it just looked like it said it regained health, but it didn't regain very much. Yeah. The hell's up with that? I guess synthesis works differently in Gen 2? Because I always thought of it as just, by default, it's half health. Yeah, it's quarter health in Gen 2. And in Sunlight, it's half health. And they basically buffed it very much in other gens. Interesting. Alright, Edmund Carp. It's your turn. Fuck him up. Of course, that's a crit. Damn it. As long as it's a 2-shot, don't crit. That's a crit. Okay. Whatever. I lost. Darn. Oh, a lot of money we just got. Right, because it's Watchdog T that's holding the amulet coin. I forgot about that. You bet I'm out late. I started my stream ridiculously late, and then I was live for fucking 8 hours, so, yeah. Yeah, you can say that again. Alright. Well, I think that's all I have for you right now, because it's a little out of control in terms of how long I've been live, but we have done some stuff now that is really gonna set us up for success in later streams. So we've sat down, we did it all, and hopefully I'll have the time ahead of future Dex completion streams and future Pokemon games to do that kind of thing off-stream, but now you know the kind of thing that I normally do off-stream with many a spreadsheet to plan ahead of time for streams so that I can streamline the process. But in any case, that's all I have for you for right now. I'm going to be live again with this later tonight with what will very much certainly be a shorter stream. In particular, because I have to leave early for plans I have tomorrow morning, so I sure as hell can't stream into the afternoon like I did today. So yeah. Alright, let's take a look at this macro before we sign off. Because I'm sure we got plenty of progress this time around. We are looking at 34,033 battles done. Unreal. Alright, well, yes, we're now officially, by the way, over 2/3 done with the Smacro battles. So that's a mini milestone, if you will. Alright. I will be live again later tonight with more of this. And by more of this, I mean not the spreadsheets. I mean proper Pokemon Crystal gameplay. We are probably going to be diving right into the Dex completion, to be completely honest with you. Because there's not much else that we can really do at this point. And there's the few gym leaders that we have left. I think there's just 2. I think it's just Blaine and Blue. Yeah, because we beat Sabrina, so it's just Blaine and Blue now. And Blue, I'm probably not going to battle for a while, but Blaine, we can definitely battle probably not too long from now. Like I said, I think my plan is going to be I will battle Blaine once everybody in my party is level 49, which we're not too far away from. Of course, the best place in the game to grind for levels is Mount Silver, which does not open up until we have Blue's badge, so bit of an issue there, but we can probably do the level grinding through, well, actually, no. I said I was only going to do level grinding through the Pokemon League after I was past level 50, which actually we can do for Blue. Just not until after we're comfortable going past level 50, because, again, we want to try the Battle Tower when we're at that point. But Dex completion, we're going to go after first, actually, so yes, that'll be very interesting to see. I'm hoping things go well with the Dex completion. We're going to need to probably spend a lot of money on Pokeballs. And, yeah, we'll see where we go from there. That's all I have for you for right now. We will be continuing this journey later tonight. And we'll be filling up pages in that Pokedex. I'll see you there for what will hopefully be a much more exciting stream. Alright, keep looking forward, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye.